Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Boy, that eclipse in your sign emphasizes your own personal transformation, releasing habits, self-improvement, really looking at maybe going from perfectionist to, oh, it's good enough, or from being too micro to looking at the macro and the bigger picture. And that this is going to be the beginning. This is the first eclipse of a series of eclipses that are going to be transformative in your identity, Virgo, whether you're sun, moon, or you're rising. And it's going to be very transformative. So if it's, for instance, in your sun, it could be very much in your social, your career, how you identify, the type of work you're doing. And you could solidify it, make some real commitments by the time these eclipses are done with you. Libra, sun, moon, rising, relationships under review. And the eclipse is about healing partnerships, communicating openly with partners and seeking balance in your connections. Hey, maybe you were in a mindset of things weren't coming together, things weren't getting committed. It could have felt very friends with benefits. It could feel very situationships, a bit of confusion around relationship for those of you in those Libras in those cycles. And that you could be going over old conversations, text, interactions, old ground with lovers, partners, past, present, and really looking at, can I work it out with this person? Is it going to work out? You could have old lovers coming back from the past. They could be coming out of the woodwork. And you're really looking at seeking balance. Is this what I want? Is this what I need? You just had a whole series of eclipses that would have changed your karma around relationships, Libra. And so what you wanted 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago isn't what you want now. And so you could be looking for something much different, and wanting to really communicate that. And you could find something gets presented to you that is good and is kind of new for you. And that you could be, I'm not sure. And I just feel like this is that new energy. You could be looking at making commitments even in the next, once these plans go direct, you could be saying, that's the one, that's where I want to go. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Focus on your daily routines and well-being. The eclipse is going to prompt some health changes, health habits. Could be like you realize that, oh my gosh, I got to really take care of my health and well-being. I got to take care of my routine has gotten out of sync. I'm off my diet. I'm off my plan. I haven't been as diligent as I know I have been. You could get on a new healing routine, medications, treatments, things that could be quite beneficial. You could be taking it serious. You could be making new commitments in terms of your wellness and very much so in the daily routine part of your chart, right? So the day-to-day, what cumulatively is adding up for you. And you could see some real rewards by looking at your daily routines. Sagittarius, sun, moon, rising, creative and personal expression, hobbies, things you enjoy, time to play. You could find that you're focused a little bit and over this next, 7 to 10 days, but even as these planets go retrograde, going over old projects you kind of left to the side, and you're like, oh, I can get back to that hobby. I can get back to that enjoyment. And it's about balancing work and fun. And, you might be feeling a bit spring fevered coming up soon. You could be feeling like you really want to get back to some old projects that you want to finish up before you move on to new ones, which I would suggest with this retrograde energy, not to move on to new things too quickly, because you could be going over old details. But this is a great time to finish up some old endeavors, projects, renovations, home pieces, hobbies, things you've been working on. Going back to old hobbies you've really enjoyed in the past. You could be getting back to practicing the guitar. You could be getting back to things that you're really wanting to enjoy again. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. Home and family matters take precedent. And so when I think about that, I think the eclipse also is about reassessing your living situation. And this could be about you outgrew you're too big for your britches there, Capricorn. It could be time to move on from a long-term career, move on from a long-term place of employment or long-term partnership. And in all of these instances, you would have lost your passion for them. So there would be something that you could have been contemplating for a while. It could have been kind of the writing's been on the wall for a while. I just feel like circumstances are going to come together for you to really move you to get, to a new place of looking at things. over the next, and it could be around, simple as moving house, moving places where you live. It could be big, like career and all of it, relocation. So some big stuff coming up for you Capricorns the next 7 to 10 days. And it's not a step back. I think it's a redirection. Aquarian, Sun, Moon, Rising, communication and community involvement are emphasized. This eclipse will encourage heartfelt communications, meaningful conversations, sense of belonging in your community, any volunteer activities, social activities, groups, belongings, community gatherings. You could find that you get a real sense of belonging. They could reach out to you. You could find that something really, a cause really takes up your passions. You could feel excited about it, but it certainly brings you into sort of a web of belonging. You feel like you're being brought into something where you could find a real group idea, thought, a group culture, a group cause that you feel like you have a real sense of belonging there, Aquarians, in this, and it could really, community ties could be strengthened. You could be given opportunity to be tapped on the shoulder to be on a board of directors. You could have a good volunteer opportunity. You could have a good opportunity to contribute to your community in some way that you find really invigorating in this next 7 to 10 days, but it does take hold over this entire year for you. Finally, Pisces, last but not the least there, Pisces, because man, you got a lot of energy, and you got the sun, you got Neptune, you got Saturn, you got this sort of Venus retrograde going to touch ground a bit in your sign. Some big stuff going on. And this is a time of renewal and deepening relationships. And the eclipse is really going to highlight personal growth, new beginnings, partnerships, nurturing connections, creating your network, your web of people, creating, like if you're in sales, it's really ideal around creating a network of people that you could sell to, you could connect with, you can, new clients, you could have new options in your love life, things that you didn't see before. If you're in a long-term relationship situation, you could be finding new groups, couple friends, that a new sense of a renewal in the relationship, a new identity in it, and new commitments to trying new things, looking at new ways, even in relationship. And again, so it's not just romantic. So if you're folks that are in a long-term romantic, this could be a deepening for you, getting down to a depth that you haven't been at in a while or haven't, achieved before. And if you're single, this could be, where you build relationships are where the relationships are. For instance, friendships and social circles. And as you deepen clients and things like that, as you deepen relationships, so is relationship there. And over the next 7 to 10 days, but very much so for you guys with this eclipse season just got opened up for you, and you could find pleasant surprises in your house of partnership, and maybe closing karma as well. And so that's what I see. And you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. And I read full time here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And I'm also an artist and a psychic. I do both of that work together. And I am releasing an oracle deck very shortly. I do have a little pop-up on my website that I have an art show coming. I'm doing the formal release. May 14th is my art show. I'm just going to, so save the date. I'll be sending out more formal invitations. And from that, I'll also be releasing my oracle deck, which will be for sale then. And it's 44-card oracle deck, all in my own personal reflection and transformation through my paintings over the last 2 years, and all the guided messages from me through them. And I feel very passionate about this deck, and I hope you'll enjoy it as much as I do. Now we have a Melissa from Kentucky. Hello, Melissa.
Hello.
So my name's Bernice. People call me B. I'd like to be of service to you over the next 10 or 11 minutes. How can I do that for you?
Oh, just whatever comes your way, I guess.
Okay, whatever. I love it. Let's do it. Okay, well, we'll work with your birthday for a little quick second. I do love astrology, and I do find it probably the most predictive. What's the day and month of your birthday?
May 28th.
May 28th. Let's explore May 28th for a minute. So this birthday coming, so if I'm going to talk about the few months leading up to your birthday and then the few months after your birthday, if I think of your timeline, May 28th. Leading up to
Okay.
your birthday, you might find between now and May 28th, an increased need to take care of details, paperwork, plans that will require brain work, concentration, finalizing. And even in the next 6 weeks, you could find yourself maybe running around a lot with that, getting, going back over old things. It could feel like that 10-minute drive turns out to be a 20-minute drive because that road is blocked, the map wasn't working. So just be really mindful that might feel a need to be in a hurry. And I don't want you to be in a hurry. I want you to be methodical and thoughtful and mindful, because I feel like you might have this hurry scurry energy that could crop up around you, people needing this right away and having to be here right away and there right away. And I feel like I want you to set your own timeline in terms of how you respond, how quickly you respond. It's going to really require you to put in structures with people and your appointment schedule. Don't overbook it. Give yourself lots of time. Follow up with any sort of communications that could be coming at you or ones you sent out and didn't hear back from. You could find that there's a bit of this going on the next 6 weeks, even starting, I'm going to say the next couple of days. You might find that suddenly it's a hurry up and wait and things get confused. And so I feel like your power is in slowing it down and making the list for the day. Don't overbook schedule, follow up with phone calls. So that might prevent a bit of confusion that could crop up the next little bit. Your birthday, just astrologically, is kind of a special one. And if I may, 528 together, if I add that all together, is 15. And 1 + 5 is 6. 6 is the whole point of where I was kind of going. 6 is your karma number. And in tarot cards, 6 is the Lovers. And so you're heading into a cycle with your birthday. With that cycle, you have the sun entering Gemini. You'll have a new moon. You'll have Jupiter, and you're going to have Uranus, the planet Uranus, and coming in around 0 degrees, and as it enters in around your birthday and going forward to the end of 2025, that Uranus is a bit of an unexpected element. And over the next 7 years, it's going to reconstruct the areas of communications, but very much around identity and trajectory. And so you have the power of the planets this next 18 months, very much so starting with your birthday, around really setting a new trajectory for yourself. Anything around communications, technology, logistics, vehicles, mobility, moves, but they would be relocations. They wouldn't, so there's bigger changes for you, and you are the coordinator of them. They may not be your move, but you could be the coordinator of it. You could wind up, and particularly because the six is like having to pull opposing sides together to create harmony. And you're going to be in a position where you're going to be pulling, people from here and people from there, and having to pull everybody together to get something going. And you could find that in every day, and you're going to feel busy, taxed, pulled in different directions. So it's going to be really good for you to really get hunkered down with a schedule or a routine so that you don't feel over demanded. The other energy it's going to pull in, I do love the Lover's energy because it does pull in social settings, romantic settings, friendships, senses of joy and play, and, time to enjoy some of the fun stuff in life. It doesn't have to all feel serious. I feel like your birthday and going into August, this period in Canada, it's our summer. And so if I say your birthday to August is a time of play for you, you're going to find that there's going to be lots of social events. There's going to be events where you're being invited out. You're going to, and that could even feel a bit overwhelming at times as well. Like, oh my gosh, everyone's getting married. All these commitments I have could come up for you as well, Gemini. I do think the one place that's going to be quite beneficial quite fortunate for you is going to be around resolving finances, resolving your money, banking, paperwork, your day-to-day income. You could get some pleasant surprises over this year, in fact, and your birthday going forward. The Lovers really brings in money, value, cash flow, day-to-day banking. You could take care of it for others, but also for yourself, and find that you have savings, small things getting paid off. You're getting ahead in the day-to-day financial management of things, and small lump sums of money. And it could be a return. It could be that you get small benefactors of cash flow, like a couple thousand here, a few hundred there, where there's something around your cash flow that seems to be a bit fun and unexpected, especially with both of these planets influencing that degree, and you going into a lover cycle, which is attracting. A lover cycle attracts. The 6 attracts in fertility, abundance, opportunities, sometimes to a point where you have to have strong boundaries so you don't get overwhelmed, overtaxed, overcommitted, or that you could feel a need of every penny that comes in, you seem to be sending it out. Like, as the money comes in, you could find that, they have, this person needs it, that person needs it, this place needs it. And so this is going to really require you to guard your boundaries, be clear with where you say no and where you say yes with your time and energy, finances, because this energy that you're going to be going into is going to go, it's going to be a mix of social play, invitations, communications, and demands your presence, the care of people. You could be sorting out issues for other people in terms of their finance, their care, their health and wealth. You could be sorting it out and having to deal with the details of everything. And man, sometimes Geminis don't want to get bogged down by all the details. They want to have time to play. They want to have time to still enjoy things. So the next 3 months going into your birthday and the 3 months after your birthday are going to be really critical in terms of how you manage your time, because I do think that there's benefits in terms of organizing finance, paperwork, documents, and all those communications. And then I do feel like you're also going to wind up being taxed with having to take care of all the details of things for people. And so if I just think about the next little while coming up for you, that's what I'm seeing. And I feel like the last piece is be careful not to bump into things, unexpected bruises, tripping over yourself, unexpected, like accidental kind of stuff. It's really just a reminder to slow down and be really mindful this next even 3 weeks or so. Okay.
Okay. You cut out there for a little bit. I didn't hear you, but all of that makes sense.
You can go back. You can go back and listen to the recording. They'll be posting this shortly, and your whole reading, you can hear the whole thing here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, my friend. You take care, and thank you everybody for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday. And I'm going to see everybody in 7 days. I'll be in Jamaica, so I'm going to try my best to show up to do my show. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. This is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am Stephanie Cowan, and here again, a beautiful week of just some amazing connections. I can feel it. So I'm excited to see how the energy that I've been feeling all day really just carries over into tonight's podcast. So super excited. I don't know about you guys, but I've been finally feeling better as far as just the energy that we've had out there. Gosh, I know I'm not one that's all about. I'm not as versed as the other very talented and very gifted others on A1R, but as far as planet alignments and the energy, but I do know that, the last few months we were kind of in this rut as Mars was in retrograde, and I can feel it. So I feel like the energy is getting better. I don't know about you guys, but I was having awful migraines, and I don't get those very often, but when I do, I can tell it's right before I have like an energy shift, a change in kind of my direction and my energy. So thank goodness that is better, and thank goodness that I'm feeling that we're on the up and up. So I hope you all are going through that same feeling. If not, be patient. It's coming. I know it. I can feel it. I do know we're going into this season of even into the Aries, which the Aries sign is that fire sign, right? And that's where things get ignited. Just for you Aries out there, you fire signs, a little bit of kind of a suggestion, make sure that your non-filtered ways are maybe a little more filtered from what I understand. So people are going to start voicing their true thoughts and feelings, emotions, opinions. And although sometimes I feel like that I envy those people, I say, just be careful. Just be careful. Maybe put a little bit of a filter on it. So a little bit of, mini medium, Stephanie, good energy advice for the future here. So anyhow, a couple things I wanted to share really quickly. I have just been I've had so many beautiful events coming up. And if you're here in Utah, please go to my website, or even if you're not in Utah, go to my website, mini-medium.com. Come to Utah, come see me. Let's get together, do a private reading, or I have many events that are coming up, and I'll tell you, I am just super, super excited for all of these things coming, collaborating with some very beautifully gifted people here in Utah. So, so just want to share my excitement and my growth. And I think that's all part of what this year is. So, all right. Now, as many of you know, who've been following me, I will get numbers. And it's very interesting. I have been going back and forth today, which this happens often when the number is connecting with, obviously one of my callers, both of my callers tonight, but I have been getting the number 17 as a very strong number. And then right after that, the number 23 has been very visual. So for those who are wondering, okay, well, great. What does that mean? Well, this means I'm connecting with, spirit, with someone's loved one who has crossed over. The number 17 and the number 23 will be a significant death date, birth date, age, year. This is kind of where they bring this in. So, we'll kind of see how that meshes in with tonight's callers. But with that said, I was going back and forth about whether or not I was going to pull a affirmation card or if I was going to pull an oracle, and I just felt affirmation was where I was heading. So I pulled the number 23, the 23rd affirmation. And so here is your beautiful affirmation for the week for all of y'all's. And I think this will just resonate and fit in, I feel, for most people. But it says, my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So this is where I'll tell you, if you know what that immediate gratification is about, it's like finding the patience and knowing, all right, good things come to those who wait, right? Very cliche saying, but it's very true without a doubt. So I know that there's many things that I have been patiently waiting to, manifest and have come my way when it comes to my journey and wanting to just do more events and bigger events. And it's coming. It's slowly. Last year, I was able to do a little mini tour on the East Coast. Got to see many amazing, people and locations on the East Coast, and got to go to Indianapolis. And so it's getting there. And now I want bigger. I want bigger. So I'm really hoping, I'm not, I'm hoping, but I know it's coming. So anyhow, patience is being rewarded. My turn will come, whatever that may be. Just take in account that everything happens at the right divine time. And I know that's so hard sometimes to wrap your head around and to trust, but I'm telling you, take it from the mini medium, take it from me. I don't know how much that matters, but I'm telling you, the stuff comes. So, all right, my friends, well, let's go ahead and take our first caller. And boy, this is Charles Sia from Tennessee. Is that right? Hi, Charles Sia.
Yes, you said it. You said it perfectly. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. I have never heard that name before. It is beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Does it come from a handed down family name or someone that has crossed over, by the way?
It was a friend of the family.
A friend of the family. Yeah. And it just really, has that friend passed?
I am not certain, actually.
Oh, okay. I just had, the minute I said your name, I had chills everywhere. And a lot of times that's my body's way of just responding to spirits. So just kind of curious if that did or not. But anyhow, I think it's a beautiful name and it fits with your beautiful energy. So I'm excited to see what happens today with your reading. So how can I help you tonight?
Me too. Thank you so much. I'm really open, just maybe for a message for my highest and greatest good.
Beautiful. Oh, I love how you put that. I love it. You got it, my friend. So let me ask you, I think I'm going to use a few cards. So we're going to throw a few tarot cards in the mix here. You may have heard, as I was saying earlier, numbers come in, they'll connect with you, as a birth date, death date, or maybe a favorite number. But the number 23 and the number 17 have been very strong today. Do you resonate with one of those numbers, or both for that matter?
17, I think. I remember someone asking me what my favorite number is, and that's the number that I landed on.
Oh, I love 17. That. I love that. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Well, I'll tell you that is just some validation of our beautiful connection and just the purpose and the intent of you and I connecting. So I love it. All right. I love that you're very open and just to whatever message comes here. So I'm going to pull a few cards for you and see what, yeah, you're welcome. Of course. And thank you for calling in. I love it. Okay. All right, my friends. So I just kind of intuitively pulled a few cards for you. One, yes, I counted the number 17th card. This is kind of how I mesh your energy into the reading. And the first card you pulled, I love this for you, is this beautiful strength card. And girl, if that is not you, I don't know what is. So this beautiful Leo, all about the lioness and that strength, I feel without a doubt is going to be part of your message tonight, but it really embodies who you are. And I knew that the minute you hopped on. So lots of that beautiful energy of the strength that you have had to really endure to get through a lot of what I see that you went through. So we'll talk a little bit more about that and how it's meshing. But the other card you pulled, or we pulled with your reading, is this Ace of Cups card. And that card came out of the deck upside down. So that's really connecting with your shadow work, which is really the things for who are not familiar with shadow work. It's what you're working on just for yourself or what you need to work on to just try to be the best version of you. So when I see these for you, my friend, boy, you are really having a very transformational year. And last year was the year of karmic energy. So a lot of what we were putting out into the universe, if not all of it, was coming back tenfold, meaning twice as much. So there's such a sense, I feel, that you've got a great optimistic, way of looking at things, very positive. And it's a feeling of that you're getting back in return all of the hard work that you've been putting into just in your journey. You're very spiritual. There is no doubt about that. One thing I love that I'm connecting to for you as well is that beautiful heart chakra. And that is one thing I say women, we really struggle with, releasing the energy, getting that chakra working. You've done a lot of work, my friend. I can feel it. Do you feel like you're being able to kind of, get past some of these blocks and barriers that you've had?
I do. I feel like I've been digging kind of back into the shadow work. And then when you mentioned heart chakra, it just made me take a really relieving deep breath.
Yes. Yeah. I love that. I love it. And that, I think sometimes, I know without a doubt that, us as humans need validation of our work. It's what helps keep us going in life. And, some people say, well, I don't need validation. I don't need someone to validate. Well, sure you do. Someone's got to let you know that, they can see your progress or validate your hard work. And that's what I feel for you. So, this Ace of Cups actually also represents new beginnings. The ace is the beginning of, in a standard deck of cards, the ace is the beginning card in every suit. So this is the beginning of you filling up all these cups, which is what I see that you're doing, and letting go of the things that have not been serving you in a positive way. So if anything, there's such a beautifully strong message for you, my friend, that, you've got a very strong grandmother, mother energy. I just felt come in. Oh boy, I just got chills on my whole left side. Your left side is your divine feminine. Yep. And how proud that this mother is of you and how you have dug deep into finding yourself and the roots and, where you came from, and not just finding them, but learning to, take care of them, to nourish them, to get you to where now you are fully blooming, if you will, into your true soulful, beautiful self, if you will, and what you're supposed to be doing in this lifetime. So, I will tell you, I'm supposed to also mention that where you are at in your life with children, that they are okay with this. I don't know why that's important, but I had to tell you. Does that make sense?
It does, very much so. Thank you.
Hey, you're so welcome, my friend. You're welcome. And this is your beautiful life, journey that, in this lifetime. I mean, I feel like we have many, but, that's a whole other show. But I'll tell you, if anything, the biggest message for you, my friend, is please do not stop the progress. Keep moving forward. And I'll tell you, I'll even say as I'm tapping into some clairvoyancy, premonitions, predictions, I would say about, let's see, July, August, about the July, August time, I really feel you're going to see a beautiful shift in your path, in your energy, where I feel that next spiritual ascension or spiritual awakening, as we call it, is coming. So be prepared, watch for that to come. They can be very exhausting. They can feel like sometimes they'll make you feel lost. So if you're in that mindset, just get yourself back to center, get yourself grounded, and keep moving forward. Okay?
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, you're so welcome, my friend. I hope this helped you. And just knowing that you've got such a beautiful maternal, motherly support on the other side that is just validating your life decisions, I think is just beautiful. So I hope that helped you tonight.
This was so wonderful. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it.
You're so, so welcome. Thank you for calling in, and have a wonderful night, and take care of you. Sending you lots of good love and light.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, hon. Okay, bye-bye. All right, beautiful. Okay, we got some time to take another caller. And I think this is Connie, and Connie's from Canada. Hi, Connie, this is Mini Medium.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi.
How are you doing, hun?
I'm okay. Yeah, it was weird because I was on the same call as the other person, and I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or not.
Oh, no. Oh, how funny. You were kind of in the waiting room for me. I love it, though. Well, so since you got to hear, do you connect or resonate with like the number 23 or the number 17?
23 is, no, not really, no.
Okay.
July 23rd is my partner's birthday.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know anything about you, my friend. I had no idea who I was connecting
April 17th,
with.
my son's girlfriend's coming on the 17th from England.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay. I have a feeling I know why that we're connecting with your partner's birth date and where that your special guest is coming from England. That's awesome. I love it. But I'll elaborate on that a little bit more in a moment. But how can I help you tonight? Did you have a specific question?
I do have a specific question. Do you do health at all?
I sure do. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So I was off sick for about 3 years from work because I have a hip tear. And
okay.
I've been to one orthopedic surgeon to get it fixed because it really gets really painful, and I haven't been to work because of it. I've been off on a disability. Now I have an appointment with another orthopedic surgeon on the end of the month, and he's a sports medicine orthopedic surgeon. And, I'm terrified to go, but I don't know maybe if this man can help me. One already said no, that he couldn't help me. And so I haven't returned to work because I can't get it fixed.
Okay. So is your question really, should we go to the doctor, the sports medicine, or or what is the question ultimately that I can help you with?
Like, is he going to help me? Is he going to help me, or is he not going to help me?
Okay, perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood and answered your question the best I can. So,
okay.
I feel like that, through life, we're always told, get a second opinion, right? Get a second opinion. And, I agree with that. I really do. But I also feel like that we know ourselves more than anybody else. I feel we just, this is just my own belief, whether you believe in God or the universe, whoever the higher power has really given women, and no offense to the men, but a mother's intuition. And women have a very strong intuition to where we've been given this so that we can, intuitively, connect to our babies or to other, women, men, whatever it may be. And so when I was listening to you, there's such a hesitation about this other doctor that I feel the answer, my friend. I feel you do. But sometimes, like I just mentioned with my last caller, it's nice to just feel validated, It's just nice for someone to say, yeah, actually, I think you're right, So when I see this other doctor, now don't get me wrong, amazing. I love the physicians, the doctors, and obviously I'm not a doctor, so I can't advise. However, I really feel I want you to listen to your beautiful intuition, and the sports medicine part of it, as I put this in, I don't feel this aligns with you. I just don't feel this is what the problem
is. Like I'm not into sports at all. I'm not into sports at all. So I couldn't figure that part out really. But I guess a hip tear maybe has to do with sports medicine. I don't know. It's not like I go out and play football or hockey or, wouldn't that be sports medicine? And so I guess you don't see me returning back to work then.
Well, and here's the thing, I really feel that, I'm going to tell you, go see this doctor. And here's why, because, and this is where I was going to say, listen to the intuition, but I'm going to there's a feeling I'm getting. This is why I do what I do. And it's a feeling, it's a vision I see that this doctor is going to open up some more doors. They may not be able to help you directly, but I feel this doctor is going to give you some more options, open up some more doors of someone that can, so you can go back to work. Now, I'm a little bit worried, if you will, maybe a little reluctant about you not going back to work. And for a couple reasons. One, a financial aspect, but also an emotional one. You have such a beautiful energy, my friend. I can tell that you're very social. You just can get along with people. And if you are at home, my friend, and not doing anything to have that exchange of energy with other people, you will just get in that dark space. And I would hate for that to happen. So if anything, maybe not going back to doing what you used to do, which I don't feel that that's ultimately where I'm seeing you headed. But regardless, you've got to get back to work, and I do see that. I do see it. But this doctor, this sports medicine, I really feel go and see what they have to say, because I'm telling you, mark my words, my friend, they're going to give you some more, whether it's tools options to use to help you. Yeah, options. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for, that he could help me in other ways, even like some way of, some options at least, Yeah, because the other guy just said, no, I can't help you. And, go to pain management basically, and then my original orthopedic surgeon that sent me to him said, oh no, we're not going to send you there, they're just going to put you on pills. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And I don't take pills. I'm a vitamin person, but I don't do well with pills because I'm allergic to a lot of things, that they make me break out, or I don't, you know what I mean? So
well, and it would just be,
I look for natural alternatives. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And, it's your way of connecting with your intuition, right? You are intuitively knowing yourself and your body and what it needs. And that's why I feel like you going and seeing this, sports medicine. And that, hearing sports medicine, I kind of laughed because I thought, well, I don't see, like you had said, I don't see how they're playing football or hockey or, maybe, I don't know, maybe bowling or golf or, but still we use our hips for all of that stuff, So,
but doctors know more doctors and they know other doors that can open. And that's why I said I should just go anyways.
Agreed.
My intuition is telling me to go. I think I have a strong intuition, and my intuition is telling me that I've been cooped up too long because I do have an energy, and it's killing me just to not do something.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely, my friend. And, I'll tell you that connection with the numbers, being the 23, connected to your partner, and then the 17 of April being such a significant date of having, this guest coming in. I'm going to tell you this again. I've got such a lot of mother energy coming in. So has mom crossed over? Has your mom passed?
Yeah, my mom passed over. Yes, she did. Yeah.
Okay. I have a feeling your mom is here. This is her way of guiding you. This is her way of saying, and I'll tell you, there's such an approval and wanting you. It's very important I let you know that 23 being connected to your partner is your mom's approval of who you are with and loving this person and what they are doing for you. The number 17 of who is coming in to see you is going to be such a beautiful, enlightening visit that it's just going to be
she's very enlightening. She's wonderful. Yeah, she's very enlightening. I understand my mom approves of the man that I'm with, but am I with the right man? I always wonder if I'm with the right man because sometimes he drives me nuts. I've been with him 25 years, but I
Wow. Wow.
Sometimes I just don't know if he's the right. He gets on my nerves so bad.
Right. I think we all kind of go through that at times, right?
We go through that. I just always wondered if my relationship is okay or if it's been hard on my health or hard on my stress.
Yeah.
Because my health was really not good for 3 years.
Well, and I'll tell you, and that very well, not knowing this, ultimately about, you and your partner, but hearing your mom or feeling your mom say to tell you that she approves and likes or loves how this person has been in your life and supporting you. I really feel that's, in a sense, the answer that mom's trying to give you, that, to stick it out, hang in there, that you guys are meant to be together, even though you drive each other crazy, but, so.
Yeah. Well, sometimes he just gets he's like who he is, but disrespectful almost but I don't know if it is, honestly, or if it's just me because I'm cooped up now.
Yeah,
and you said, I'm tired. I really do want to go back to work, even if it's just part-time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've got about 30 seconds, my friend. I'm so sorry. I hate having to cut you off, but 100%, I feel like you hit it right on the head. You getting back to work and having that, that energy exchange, things will start to align and mesh beautifully with you and your partner, okay?
Okay, and I will go to that appointment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a beautiful night. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, you guys, that's another beautiful show, and I can't wait to see you guys next week. Go to my website, mini-medium.com, and I'll see you again next week. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio. Charts #1 Psychic Radio Network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Ask Bella Maria with Bella Maria. Bella Maria. Live from AskBellaMaria.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Ask Bella Maria on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Bella Maria, and he always wants to make me laugh every time I get introduced. Okay, so this is Ask Bella Maria. I am Bella Maria, your host. You are listening and watching. There's A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and Enlightening TV. So today I have a very quick show. So I want to do a couple things for you. We're going to go ahead and we are going to pull a card from the angel deck, and we are going to talk about how to feel those around you when they've passed on. So I had to do a repeat on a show last week because last Sunday I lost my dad. And so with that, sorry I couldn't be there yet last week, but I needed some time. And this week, actually just yesterday, there's things that are happening even when my dad had passed. And so I wanted to talk about, because I know there's a lot of people that are going through similar situations. And when you lose someone, you just don't know if that person is showing up, or is it just you being kind of, wanting to hear it or feel it or sense it, or because he came into your dream or because she came into the dream. So I wanted to kind of cover a couple of things about what you're feeling, maybe, and signs. So for example, a story, my daughter was in bed. She was spending the night over at her nonna's house. And so they were getting ready for bed, and she was watching TV, and the TV turned onto Netflix with my dad's profile, and because it switched. It was on my mom's profile and it switched to my dad's profile. And she was feeling heavy feelings, like kind of like a panic and anxiety attack. And at first she just thought that she was just having a panic and anxiety attack. And it wasn't. He was responding. He was, coming to her and letting her know that, he was there. Yesterday was a lot. I've had quite a few things where he used to smoke Talon cigarettes, or cigars, and we kept smelling them in our house, and I was like, nobody around smokes, so we're just like, why do we keep smelling these cigarette smells? And we've been smelling them outside, in the backyard, in the front. There's nobody in our area that is smoking. It's very kind of desolate. So we couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And then it was starting to show up inside the house. And so, I just kind of have a feeling that it's him, and I was getting, patted on the leg. Kind of like what he used to do when I was little, kind of like consoling thing, or like, hey baby, type thing, just because I was my dad. So, I think with things like this, sometimes I'm going to have some points, feeling watched. So you get like this feeling of being persistently watched. It can be uncomfortable, but then you kind of just sit and like think, and you kind of let your body just relax and maybe see or feel the energy that you're getting, right? Because not all mediums can do everything for everyone, right? And we're here to be that vessel to be able to share that message. But, maybe it might not be at that time, or maybe you're by yourself and you don't want to freak out. So how do you handle it? You always just kind of ground yourself, protect yourself, put those boundaries around you. For me, I use Jesus, God, and Archangel Michael, and I ask him to protect me. And I have my little barrier, right? It's like my bubble of white light. So, those are things that you kind of do to protect yourself, right? Maybe sometimes you'll hear like strange noises that really don't make any sense because there's nothing there, or there's a temperature change, sudden drops of temperature, odd smells. Again, I was saying, we're not smoking. We don't have cigars or cigarettes or anything like that. So where did that come from? It smelled just like my dad. So moving objects, pets acting strange. Now, if your pets are starting to kind of act a little funny and they're just like, getting squeamish, it could be a spirit that they don't even know or they don't recognize. And that's probably what that is. I guess every pet is different, so if they're looking at a corner and there's nothing there, chances are something there. But you kind of just sit and think and listen and, kind of get that sense and that feeling of what is around you and what are you feeling? Are you feeling a woman presence? Are you feeling a man presence? And you just kind of, take it in and you figure it out. Some people also talk about light bulbs and the flickering of light bulbs, things of that sorts, just, you kind of, you'll get a feeling. And then there's times where maybe the energy is just kind of just there because it's a stale energy and hasn't been cleaned or cleansed or anything like that. And so with that being said, if you're in your own home and it's safe and you cleaned it and cleared it and you don't have a lot of clutter or things like that, and you're feeling something, more than likely it's somebody who's coming to visit you. You can get them in dreams. They come into your dreams. There's so many different ways that your loved ones can come and visit. And so we had another situation. We were at Old Town Sacramento, okay? And the old part of Sacramento was the old Sacramento before, they started building the city. And it's right on the river, and there is a store that we went in, and it was, you had to go down below underneath and into like underground, like a basement. And I came in and I felt like I was being greeted by this woman, and I didn't say anything, and I just acknowledged her. And in my head, I'm like, hello. And I left it at that. And then I was in the car and I asked my family, I said, did you guys feel anything? Because we're all gifted in our own ways. And so I said, did you feel anything? What did you guys feel? And so when they said, they're like, oh, I kind of felt heavy on my chest. And then my husband said, oh, I felt something, but it was very like subtle. And I was like, well, yeah, because we were looking at art. I think she, was trying to, stay back, but was trying to observe us. And so he felt it too. And my son, he says he always feels his throat kind of choke up whenever he feels a spirit is around. So everybody had a different way of responding to a spirit who was trying to interact. So I just kind of wanted to share that and wanted to, let you guys know, there's so many different ways for us to understand the other side. And, there's times and places, and sometimes we have to consider the energy. If it's cleared and you kind of know that like everything's in order and it's a clean environment, there's not a lot of clutter, there's not a lot of hoarding going on, then you could probably safely say, there's something going on here. But then there's times where people kind of just put their energy in and it kind of just sits there and it's stagnant. And that's also another way that a lot of scientists don't believe that what we're really feeling or sensing is true or accurate, but it's kind of cool. So, I wanted to ask, do we have time to do a call, or, so I can pull a card, or should I just pull a card for everybody? What do you think? Because I'm just thinking, okay, we're going to pull a card. So I'm going to pull a card for everybody who is watching and listening. And I am using my Angel Tarot deck cards. I've had these tarot deck cards forever, since I started reading cards. So that would have been, I got these ones in 2012, and we had so many different memories with these cards. So I've done a lot with these cards, and I'm very, very connected to them. So I'm going to pull a card. The Wheel card. Excellent. The Wheel card. Now, the Wheel card is an Archangel Michael card, and that card is an infinite meanings, right? And so in fact, there's so much that goes in with with this card. Oh, there we go. It is time and positive changes. And the Wheel card is really cool because you can get if you worked towards a goal, right, and you're working towards this goal, and you've really made some really good positive changes. The whole thing is that this card is a symbol telling you that whatever you've been doing and whatever you've been working on will bring you the fortune that you need. So fortune is on your side. So things will move a lot faster for you. Things will move more positively, and you'll have more fortune. And it could be money, it could be love, it could be more I think I'm feeling more monetary in this case, especially for this specific Wheel card, and whoever is watching, I feel like that is a really good I feel positive about that. This card here is the Two of Fire. Now, this card here, it is, so you have two men that are coming and joining in. They're elves and fairies, I should say, fairies. Sorry. They've come into their own. It's partnerships, signing contracts, continuing to move forward, making the best out of everything that you have, build and grow. Keep doing whatever you're doing, because these goals and this positive outlook that you have will come to fruit. So it's really, really good. And please, everybody, with this card here, when it's the Six of Water that comes through, you can't always think about the past. You have to keep moving forward. Remember that your history and your childhood, things that have happened to you in your childhood, things that have happened to you in the past, please just let it go so that you can move forward, so that you can bring money and fortune and all the positive things that you need in your life. Because when you go into looking when you're looking forward, you don't want to go backward. Okay. So I really want to say thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you can visit my website at askbellamaria.com. I have $20 sessions, and you can, contact me through there.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening and good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I'm your host, Jennifer. I'm certified in over a dozen healing modalities, but at the end of the day, I simply say I am a channel of spirit, bringing messages for those who find me. And if you joined us before, you'll know by now that I start up with this show with a collective reading for the week. And this is usually energies to just be aware of as you're following the next 7 days. It will affect everyone a little bit differently as this is a general reading, but overall, these are things that you can expect moving forward. And so immediately we do have some harsh endings coming. Not to be afraid. Sometimes we do need to take a traditional approach in overcoming difficulties. There may have been some information coming to light that may have been difficult to share, or things to actually look back and consider for yourself. We are in Venus retrograde now, so it is a time to look forward and inward at yourself to realize how you are showing up in relationships and in your own life. And as you're moving through these past stories, because this is the ending, you're about to start a new cycle. So as we're going through these stories, you're finding unity within yourself and you're coming into more peace. And that is going to be a very strong theme for the collective moving forward. Things can get a little bit shaky out in the world and external circumstances, but as you are coming to inner peace, things become a bit more clear. And by the beginning of next week, so as we go into Sunday and Monday, and even a tiny bit of Tuesday of next week, you are having so much development in your own emotions, and this is going to help all of your relationships. You're going to see changes in your romance, changes in your family life, and it's just going to bring you so much joy. And it's incredible to see, especially with the next few days, especially on Friday, it looks like we're having some difficulties. But as we were moving through that, as we were working together and we get to this beautiful emotional energy, we're getting harmony back. It's less about arguing with other people or proving that you're right or they're right. It's coming to a transformational experience. So I'd love to see that coming forward after this little bit of difficulties. But of course, this is just 1 or 2 days in the year. So if you do have a difficult day, especially on Friday, know that it's just 1 day out of the year and don't take it too much personally. All right, so that's our collective reading. So we're going to go to Karen today from Tennessee. Hello, Karen.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you tonight?
I am doing fantastic also. This is amazing. I'm excited.
All right. So what type of questions do you have, Karen?
I need to know about my love life. It's a wreck.
Oh yeah. You've had some disappointing stuff comes out. The first card that came in was the 5 of Cups, and that can be a hard card to receive, especially when we're just diving into romance and relationships. I can see, yeah, like you're not seeing the best of the situations, and Spirit is coming through, and I'm seeing a lot of blockages too. So being able to
really into my energy for sure.
Yeah. So being able to show up in a relationship means that you deserve an environment where you feel comfortable enough to be your authentic self. And it seems to me, especially with what I'm feeling in the throat and in this heart, is that there's a fear of abandonment that's coming through. And within that, you are starting to project a version of yourself which you think would be more accepted than what you actually are. But in the truth of the reality is you are lovable just the way you are. There's nothing specific that you need to do in order to be loved. And all of that is just coming from this fear of abandonment from past relationships. And I do see just from things that you have learned throughout your lifetime, you've been told a lot of really terrible things in your life that has really hurt some of your confidence. But for all life experiences, and I know this is hard to say when we go through difficult things, but when you understand your worth, you will have no problem walking away from situations that are not for you. And it seems like you've had a lot of those situations where you had to walk away. And these are tests that come forward to us, tests that brings us anxiety. But each one of these situations that we go through, we are learning. You are learning a whole lot about emotions, human emotions, that's for sure.
Yes, wow. But you're right. But it was 17 years I was married, and it just came to an end, and I'm devastated, honestly.
Right.
And it seems like every guy I meet is the same type.
Sorry, Karen, do you have a trip coming up anywhere anytime soon?
Not that I know of, no. No.
Okay. So, let's see what we have coming up. So, it seems like we're moving away from that learning energy and stepping up more, okay? Like you have done your work. You are meant to start to come more into balance now and to move quickly. So, I am seeing that overall there is still that feeling of anxious energy, and that's okay, right? All right. But underneath all that anxiousness is actually you rebuilding a foundation for yourself, for you. Like, I'm ready for a trustworthy relationship. And keyword, trustworthy. This isn't going to be somebody when you're with, you're going to be anxious. You're going to be like, okay, I'm safe in this. I can feel on my emotions. And you are moving towards that. I'm seeing you.
Go ahead. Right. I'm so sorry. You go ahead. I do have a question about a guy.
All right. It's one of
I'm
those
sorry.
days.
You go ahead and do. You are so on point so far. I'm not going to stop you. You just keep going. You were right.
So just one thing before, and I'll let you ask your question, is that why I'm asking about a trip, because it does seem the next few people you are going to come in contact with has to do with transportation, whether you're meeting this person in another city, or if you're going on a day trip somewhere, or you're going to a mechanic to help drop your car off. There seems to be just this message of transportation here. All right. And so what did you want to ask, Karen?
That does make some sense. John, I kind of met him kind of like that, but under circumstances I'm not able to see him, not in how. But I'm nervous. I don't know. It's hard for me to trust. I'm scared of being abandoned again. Mm-hmm. Can you feel anything about him?
Yeah. And so it's okay to take movement forward. Yes, we have fears and whatnot, but it's okay to take a chance, because what I'm seeing here, you have these options coming forward of how do I go forward, but it doesn't matter what option you choose, because either way you're learning something which your soul wants to learn. So it doesn't matter if you want to stay in fear of being abandoned, if you want to stay in a position where you are not showing up as yourself, you can. And that's no judgment. If you feel safer that way, that's no judgment. But if you don't want to do that, if you want to experience love, you do have to step out of your comfort zone. And I see you doing this slowly, a few steps at a time, not nothing where you're completely uncomfortable, but just enough that a step by step, you're like, okay, I'm going to try to open up about this conversation and see how he takes it. Okay, it went well. So I'm going to open up a little bit more. You're allowed to take those little steps to help ease that anxiety. Because I see two kings here. And so balance of emotions of somebody who understands, who is willing to be respected, gives respect as he receives it, a compassionate, also very practical. So if you are showing up as yourself and you say, hey, these are my fears, they're going to be like, okay, let's see how we can work on this together. And overall, I see it as a way to collaborate with each other instead of like, okay, I have to fix this, I have to fix this. No, you are building a foundation where you are saying, I trust this individual. I trust them with my emotions, and I'm willing to take that step and overcome that fear in order to get what I want. Because you have an incredible energy. You want your wishes coming true, and your wish must be emotional fulfillment. That is what you're wishing for.
That's what I want, yeah. You are on point. One thing I've noticed, my intuition, I have been trusting it more. I mean, it's on point.
Mm-hmm.
I notice I'm better at that.
Yeah.
I don't second guess. You are so good.
Well, I'm glad that all of this is hitting on point. But as we come in, I'm going to let spirits come and speak in a little bit without the cards right now, is that the best love comes when you appreciate it most. And you felt what it's like to have unhealthy love. You felt what it's like to be hurt by people who are biologically supposed to love you, parents, siblings, all that jazz. And you have experienced all different types of love. And at this time, it is time for you to find that balance. You're like, okay, I'm done with all of these lessons. I'm ready to step in and find that emotional fulfillment. And the greatest gift is overcoming obstacles and still being able to love at the end of the day, no matter how much you have been hurt, to still look in yourself and say, I love myself and I'm still capable of loving another. That is the greatest lesson that anybody can learn in a lifetime.
And I feel I can do that. I do. I thought it was a flaw, but it's not. I can forgive so easily.
Yeah, you have all this incredible family energy coming in. You have your wish fulfillment coming in. Your dreams are coming in. You just have a little bit more work to do. And everything is going to end up coming into your favor. It is going to be slow steps because you are allowed to take things slow. We don't have to do fast. We don't have to be uncomfortable all of the time because you are getting your happy ending. And I'm just going to leave it with this card here, the sun. Okay. Happiness. Having your sunrise every morning, having that person that you wake up in the morning, you drink coffee with or tea, and that lights up your face. That is there for you. But you got to take that risk and say, I want to trust and I want to love. And I see you taking that. I see you wanting it. And overall, this is a very beautiful energy after we get out of our mind because you are creating it.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You just are amazing. You said, I feel John. I do. I smile when I think about him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He seems, I do think he's trustworthy. Did you say spirit was going to come through?
Yes. So spirit was coming through. Look for those characters of emotions and practicality. When you feel safe enough to be you, that's when you know that you're on the right path.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and my shoulder is on fire. But aside from that, everything's fine. And I hope you're having a nice, cozy evening in. You're welcome to come over and bring marshmallows, by the way. Let's see. Am I loud enough? Okay. So we're coming into the new moon in Pisces tomorrow, which is going to feel like a very dreamy day. And new moon is always a time to sort of set intentions, kind of start over if you feel that's something you need to do, or just start a whole new cycle. It's a great time. I'm going to use the M word. It's a great time for manifesting. I know you've heard this from a million different places, but I've discovered that the best way to manifest is just assume that you already have the thing, or if you don't have it, just go steal it. No, maybe that's not. Hold on. Let's rewind. Anyway, so it's, yes, new moon in Pisces. If you're a Pisces, this is an especially auspicious day for you. You could be surprised by a new interest, a new love, a new hobby, a new parakeet. I have 2 parakeets, so let's see. We're also about to do the tarot psychic weather, which is just like regular weather, except, say it with me, less damaging to crops. And psychic weather is starts today and goes for the next week. And even if you just happen to be idly wandering by when the Moonstruck TV show, this one, or the A1R radio show, this one, is on in the background, this still applies to you. You cannot escape. But I've just noticed over the past couple of years that the psychic tarot weather. Oh, hi, Mia. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. And while you're waiting, Mia, I love the name Mia. It's beautiful. I also really like Omaha. While you're waiting, I'm going to ask you to do a special breath. I'm going to ask you to do 3 of them. So you're going to breathe in like this, then breathe in what's more on top of that, like that. And then you're going to pucker your lips and let the air out through your lips, like you're blowing out a birthday candle or your whoopee cushion. And what that, I'll tell you why. Because I said so, young lady. No, that's not why. Because it stimulates the vagus nerve, VAGUS. When stimulated, you'll wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada city surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 40 empty bottles of liquor, and 10 years of your life missing. So we want to make sure to stimulate the right nerve here. Okay, so do that breath, long and then one on top of it, and then out like a whoopee cushion, and think about your question, and I'll be with you in a minute. Yay! Thank you. Okay. Thousands cheer. Cakes and ginger beer for all. Okay, so the first card is like today, the next couple of days. Second card is like the weekend. Third card is, the days after that until Wednesday. I suddenly forgot how days of the week work. This is interesting. I don't get to see this card very often, and I really like it when I do. This is, can you see, it's very shiny, which is good. Here, let me put it up. Boop, there. Now you can see it. Yay. It's very hypnotic. I feel like if I go like this, stare at the card, you will send me all your money. Okay. You could get my address from the station. So this is not the Lover's card. This is the Two of Cups, which in some ways is almost better. It's less fraught. So in the next couple of days, you might be meeting somebody who just unexpectedly knocks your socks off. I mean, not literally. That would be weird. We don't want you wandering around barefoot. But if you notice, you'll see that they're exchanging a cup. And it goes from their throat chakra, which means that they tell each other the truth, down to the heart chakra, which means affection, maybe even love, down through the silver chakra, which is confidence, and then the orange chakra, which is discernment and also naughty things. So this says that you might bump into somebody with whom you have an instant, inexplicable attraction, and to trust that. Oh, the other thing is that's the Archangel Raphael up there, and the Asclepius, which is the staff of healing. You see that like on prescription pads. If you steal them, forge them, and sell the contents, like I do. Oops, did I just say that outside of my head? Anyway, so this is really interesting. Keep your eye out and be open to be open to unexpected love. Okay. Unsurprisingly, after that happens, it looks like you're going to be sort of rethinking your future, or maybe starting kind of a new journey you didn't expect to start. Now, this could be a literal journey, but the Fool card doesn't mean you're going to be a fool. The Fool card is taking a step up in your life and a step up in your frequency and starting a whole new path that is usually really good. So if you're thinking about anything you wanted to start, now is the time. And as I believe the German philosopher Goethe said, whatever you, wait a minute, I have whatever you do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius and power and magic within it. There you go. Oh, that's nice. It's kind of a weird deck, but my friend Meredith gave it to me, so I love her. This is the Crow deck. And it's the Ace of Cups. And the Ace of Cups means that you're going to be experiencing some sort of a return to some kind of childlike happiness and wonder, even if you're really grumpy and cynical like me. Sorry, this is me being grumpy and cynical. It also feels like, I don't know, maybe like the daffodils are starting to blossom where you are, and that makes you happy. Maybe you've started to rediscover an artistic or creative interest you had when you were a child, or it's just something that's not necessarily material. It's something kind of spiritual and fun and creative. And so enjoy that. Yay. That's what I say. So it sounds like you might be meeting somebody, and that's going to wind up giving your life a sort of nice twist. And you're going to be experiencing childlike wonder without the whole messy diapers thing. Okay, that was the psychic weather. Mia, my darling Mia, thank you for being so patient. Are you there?
Thank you. Yes, I am.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. My shoulder's on fire, but aside from that, I don't know if you're listening on radio, that's the visual. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday, my angel?
My birthday is September 4th.
Oh, Virgo, the most misunderstood sign. People think Virgos is like, it is though, because you guys don't get the credit you deserve, because people think Virgo is about like being very neat or having OCD or being very prim. It's not about that. It's about purity. It's about a lifelong quest for sort of taking abstract truths and making them real in the real world. And There's a kind of idealism that's very beautiful about Virgos. Anyway, you're a Virgo. I like that. So, how can I help you, my dear?
I just would want a reading.
Okay. Do you have any particular question, or shall I just dive in?
Morely about like if there's anybody in heaven who wants to talk to me and my relationship.
Okay. Let's start out. Feels like you've lost 3 people in 3 years. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. It feels to me like you've lost, I'm so sorry about this, like you've lost like maybe 3 people in the last 3 or 4 years. Is that correct?
I mean, one of them is my family, and then like my grandma's side. They were really close with me, so yes, like 3.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, love. Is your grandmother still here? No.
Yes.
She is. Okay. I wasn't sure. She had a very strong life force. Oh, I like her. She'd be fun to go out for a beer with. Okay. I'm getting, let's see. 2 people are coming forward. I can usually only do 1 at a time, but it both seems like they passed a little before their time. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Are you there? It feels like they both passed a little before their time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a boy and a girl? I mean, a man and a woman?
It's a man.
Yeah. Okay, he's stepping out first. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Did he have a K name? Not Curtis, but like a K in his name? What was his first name?
Nietzsche?
Nietzsche?
Yes, but his name's Juan. It's my uncle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My other uncle, Jason.
Huh. I don't know where I was getting the K from. Is the name Carlos in there anywhere? Like a middle name? It's okay, not important.
Carlos? No.
Okay. Nietzsche, what an interesting name. Okay. Can you tell me his birthday?
His birthday?
Yeah. Or his
That's
sign?
the 29th.
Of what? What month?
Hold on just a second. It's my mom. She knows all. Hold on.
That's okay.
I think it's July 20.
20. Yeah,
What,
that makes sense.
When's Nietzsche's birthday? When's Nietzsche's birthday? Is it 29th? Is it the 29th? Oh my God. Okay, just ask. When's Nietzsche's birthday? When's Nietzsche's birthday? July 29th.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry to ask, but because I've got a very Leo energy coming through, and that seems
29.
like what's your?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can repeat that.
No problem. Okay. That makes sense because I'm getting a very Leo energy. He wasn't super young, but he was much younger than he should have been when he passed. Was it?
Yes, he was in like his 20s. He's going to be in his 30s.
Yeah. Was it an accident? Was there like a motorcycle or something involved?
No.
That's interesting. Did he pass? It feels like he passed quickly, though.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's showing me a motorcycle. I don't know why. Maybe he just likes motorcycles. He's about 5'9". Honey, I'm getting kind of 2 people at the same time. Hold on. Guys, I appreciate it. Do you mind stepping aside a little? Thank you. We're going to Nietzsche first. What a fascinating name. Okay.
Well, his name is Juan, but like we call him Nietzsche for a nickname.
Cool. It's okay. So hold on. He's about 5'9". Has he got like a dimple or 2 dimples? He's got a great smile.
Yes.
Yeah. Very funny, kind of jolly, kind of deep, actually. Loved music.
Yes.
And was your mom, it feels like she was his big sister, but he kind of treats her like a little sister, if that makes sense? He would.
I mean, she took care of him, but she's like more, she calls him a son, but like, that's still her brother.
Yeah, but he's very cheeky. Do you know that word? It's a British word. It means kind of funny, saucy, impudent. I like your cat. Okay. And
yes, he made his own music, and my mom put it out there for him, and he actually died overdose.
Yeah,
of fentanyl.
I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. Did he have a slight limp of some kind? But is there a, like, I don't know, I'm getting something to do with a hurt foot or a hurt leg. It's not important. Okay. It might have happened right before he passed. He did not want to pass. He also would like to apologize to you guys because he, do you have a brother and a sister?
Yes.
Okay. He loves you guys, and he says he's there with you a lot, and he's very encouraging. You can also ask him for help with small stuff if, like, I don't know, if you're studying for a test or they like to do. They can't volunteer to help us unless it's like life or death. But if we ask them, they can kind of step in and just help us out. Like, find me a new boyfriend or help me study for this test. So
yes,
is he kind of barrel chested? Do you know what I mean by that?
No.
Barrel chested, kind of a big chest. Like, I don't think that tall, but kind of wide shoulders, and then kind of, I don't know. Anyway, barrel chested. It means kind of a medium size, like, torso.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. Maybe a little burly because he worked. And he's got a tattoo on, I think, his right bicep. Got a couple of tattoos. Okay, I got the right guy.
Yes, couple, yeah.
And I'm not very confident about saying names right now but is your mother's name, does that have is there like a Judy or something beginning with J in his family?
No.
Okay.
But my grandma, his mother is Jeanette.
Okay. That's who he's apologizing to. He loves your mother too, and he's very grateful to her. And he wants me to tell her that he's really sorry he didn't listen because she gave him really good advice, but he was very willful. If that makes sense. He really wants to apologize to his and your mom's mom, the Jeanette. Yeah, that was the J I was getting. Because she kind of hasn't been the same since. If you could tell her from him that he's always with her, that when she feels like...
She feels him all the time.
All the time, yeah. Sometimes it'll feel like a breeze on her cheek or her neck. Sometimes it'll smell like... If she smells like, you know that firewood burning smell? Or, God, there's something else. This is going to sound crazy, but birds are of any kind are a sign that he's around, especially for some reason, I don't know why, Canadian geese. So if she's outside and she sees like a flock of Canadian geese, it's sort of him saying hi. But he's always with her. Always.
Yeah, my grandma always said that she sees birds coming to her window and he'll just talk to her.
Yes.
And he'll go, like he'll sit there and go after.
Yes, exactly right. It's funny, there's a very beautiful Hopi Indian song. Says, we become birds when we die. Anyway, I guess he can't stay too long because I don't have the energy to hold him, but he wants you to really concentrate. He says, don't get distracted by boys or girls or whatever romantic thing. I think it's boys with you. Don't get distracted. If you haven't already gotten a degree, he says education is very important for you because you kind of don't know how smart you are. And you're very smart. You're good at science. I don't even know if you know that. But like biology, stuff like that. You'd make a very good chemist. I know it doesn't sound exciting, but it's actually a lot of fun. So if you are not in school right now and you feel like going back to school, he's being really encouraging about that. And yeah, because you're very smart and you've got a successful future. You just have to, you're very sensitive. You're very sensitive. And sometimes he's saying you can let things throw you off track a bit because you're so sensitive, but he says just take a deep breath and just keep moving forward. That's the most important thing. And he loves you and your brother and your sister. He's a lot with your brother. He doesn't want him to make the same mistakes he did. Your sister's fine. She's just sort of totally normal. Am I right?
Yes, for my brother. It's just surprising because he was there with him and he blames himself a lot, and it's been really hard for him and my sister, and they live together. So they've been drinking a lot, and it's just been a lot on everybody.
They need to go to AA, which is really fun. A lot of hot guys and girls there. And they both need to know that that was his time. Before we come into the world, we pick the time we're going to leave. He always knew he was going to go young. That's why he lived kind of full throttle. It had nothing to do with them. Nothing. He's very grateful for all three of you because he really taught him about love. One last thing. Does he have a kid too?
Yes, he just had a kid. He didn't get to meet, and he has 3 children.
Yeah, but there's a brand new one.
Yes, his baby, yes.
Yeah. Girl? Is she a girl?
It's a boy.
Oh, interesting. The others are girls.
He has his hair long. Yes, that's how he had it back in the day. So he kind of does look like a girl a little, but he's not a girl. He's a boy.
No, sorry about that. I was a little mixed up.
No, you're fine.
It's important to him that you guys all stay in touch, like you stay in touch with your cousins. We do. Very important.
He's just like him. Looks like him and all.
Yes.
Loves his music. He listens to his dad's music.
Well, Nietzsche was very talented. He played a couple of instruments, and he wrote songs. He had a good voice too. He played it feels like he played bass, guitar, and occasionally like conga or drums or something. But and he was born musical. He was musical from when he was a kid. Well, his talent lives on through his children. You have your own talents. He's really on your side and cheering you on. And hold on one second. Dave, shall I stay with Mia since we got this far?
I'm sorry?
Okay. All right, my darling. I'm going to have to jump off. But I hope did that land for you? Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm so glad. Well, huge hugs from here and stay in touch. And Mia, just bless you. And that color looks great on you. All right, sweetie. I'll talk to you soon. Stay in touch. Bye. And I get the coolest people here. Carol, thank you for being such a patient angel. Hi, patient angel. How are you?
That's great. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I like to connect people through their birthdays. So when's your birthday?
Christmas Day, 1968 at 12:37 p.m. in Chicago Heights, Illinois.
Oh, I've been there.
So I got my nails hot.
Yeah, I can't do all that in my head, but I love that. Okay, wait a second. That's my favorite week of Capricorns. Talk about a misunderstood sign. That week of Capricorn, you guys are very, very proper and very, present. We can take you anywhere, but underneath you're very original and a little crazy.
Yeah, we're very, very misunderstood because my mother always said, when I was good, I was very, very good. When I was bad, I was horrid. So
like the little girl with the little curl in the middle of her forehead. Yeah.
That's what she
I really
said
like
to me.
it.
Yeah, the curl.
Now, I'm going to talk really fast because we've only got about 3 minutes because when I'm doing mediumship work, I lose track of time. So sorry about that. So do you have a specific question?
Just whatever you're picking up in the spirit world.
Cool. Wow, you have a lot of. Do you come from like a close family or a big family? Because you got a lot of people on the other side around you, and you also
lost a lot of pets. I lost a lot of people and pets.
I'm so sorry. Well, you're really loved and you're really protected. I mean, don't go crazy with that, but you're very protected. You're very supported. But also it feels like you have. Do you want me to pop into relationship or career right now?
Career.
Okay. You're underselling yourself. You're extremely talented at a couple of things most people aren't talented at. I'm trying to see what they are. God, one of them feels like, I don't know, this geometry or draftsmanship. Something being very precise with like a pencil. I don't know what that is.
I used to draw and paint in the arts.
Yeah. You'd also, if you can figure out a way to go back to school, you'd make a really good architect because you think both conceptually, you think like on your left side of the brain and the right side of the brain. So you are good at concepts, but you're also good at like organization and admin, better than you think. I would really see if you can go back to school if that's an option.
I'd like to do something else. I am very organized. You're right about that.
Yeah. But you're also creative. And that's very unusual.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm always creating new things and changing things around in the house. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. You'd also make a good, it's called feng shui, Fengshi.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be awesome at that. If you wanted to, you have a natural genius for that.
My house
very good.
Has all four elements in my house. I even have a fish tank and a water fountain for the water park.
I'm just gonna pat myself in the back here. Pat, pat, pat. If you just wanted to study up and get a quick certificate in that, you've got such a great feel for like energy, the way it moves through a room, and for composition. That's why I was saying architect, because they're kind of similar. That would be a really nice side hustle. We got 60 seconds. The other thing is the person in your life who keeps coming back and forth romantically. Do you know who I mean?
A romantic that comes back and forth?
Yeah. It's okay.
Is it someone I work with?
Might be. But don't go there anymore because you got something much better coming. Yeah, coming up in July.
Life, but there's someone that I have a little a crush on, but it comes and goes.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm picking up. I would go after that person. I think we got 30 seconds. I'm going to talk really fast like a New Yorker. So I think that person also really likes you too, but you're both kind of going like are waiting for the other person to make a move. So I would go outside of your comfort zone, like ask this person out for an ice cream cone or something non-committal, but still like, hey, you want to meet me for some cherry vanilla? Sorry. So anyway, all right, my love, I've got to Zoom, but let me know what you decide because you've got real talent and it's just lovely to meet you. So call back next week. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I am your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents, helping teachers, helping guardians learn how to combine the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising children. Please visit my website at brandycon.com to learn more about me, or to book a natal chart session or a natal chart session for your child. I can help you understand exactly how they are wired and how you can custom design your own approach to parenting. So here in Houston today, just a heads up, we are having heavy gusts of wind, and I've lost electricity 5 times in the last 20 minutes, but we are going to cross our fingers and hope that we get through this, because I have some fun, exciting stuff today to share with you. So I'm going to be sharing some astrological insights about President Volodymyr Zelensky from Ukraine. And then I also have information about the transits that we have for this week. And then we will have time for a caller. So if you'd like to have a tarot reading, please call in. I'd love to hear from you. All right, so let's get started. A lot of fun information to share with you. So on Friday, last Friday, February 28th, Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, visited the White House to meet with President Trump. And as most of you have probably seen from video footage, the meeting did not go well, and it devolved into a shouting match. And afterward, President Trump asked President Zelensky to leave the White House, and there was no deal or agreement that was reached between the two parties. So as an American, I have seen on social media that some of my fellow Americans are pleased with the actions of our president because they feel like he was acting in the best interests of our country. However, the vast majority of people that I have seen on social media who voiced their opinions are disappointed with the way that President Zelensky was treated by President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. And yesterday, President Trump did order a pause on all military aid coming from the U.S. going to Ukraine, which leaves the future of Ukraine in a state of uncertainty right now. So I really wanted to know more about President Zelensky, and I've been looking at his natal chart, and there are some interesting things there that I think that you would all enjoy learning about him. I'm really interested in his childhood and in the people who shaped him and how that led him to become the person that he is today. So just to tell you a little bit about him, Volodymyr Zelensky was born on January 25th, 1978, which makes him 47 years old right now. His sun is in the sign of Aquarius. He was elected president of Ukraine in 2019 when he won the election with 73% of the vote. He was born into a Ukrainian Jewish family, and his father was a professor of technical sciences, and his mother cared for him full-time as a boy. Now, his father had really high expectations when it came to education and when it came to hard work. And in school, Zelensky was a pretty good student. He was a good student. He was a class leader. And in school, he also participated in weightlifting, basketball, and even at one point in time, ballroom dancing. He even mastered playing the piano and the guitar. So he's, quite talented. Zelensky also loved to perform on stage, but he thought that his future after high school was really going to be in the field of diplomacy. So therefore, after finishing high school, he decided to study law. Okay, he earned his law degree, but he realized that he was in the wrong field when he walked into a courtroom. He knew that that was not where he belonged. So even though his father wanted him to practice law because it was a good, solid career, Zelensky decided to pursue a career in comedy and entertainment instead of practicing law. He created his own production company, and he played a fictional Ukrainian president on one of the network's TV series before he was actually elected president of Ukraine. It's so interesting. So now let's take a look at some of the aspects of his chart. So let's talk about Zelensky's big three, which are his sun, moon, and rising. So Zelensky is a Gemini rising. His sun is in the sign of Aquarius, like I mentioned earlier, and his moon is in the sign of Leo. So let me take a moment to explain to you how the sun, moon, and rising sign are all different from each other. So when we're talking about the rising sign, we're talking about the sign that was on the ascendant at the time that you were born. And the rising sign signifies how we come across to other people, how other people see us, how we interact with others in the world, how we handle transactions. That's our rising sign. The sun in astrology symbolizes our identity, our ego, our self-concept, our self-confidence. And the moon is all about our feelings, our emotions, our level of sensitivity, and intuition. So with Zelensky being a Gemini rising, this really gives him the ability to be quite light and funny and inquisitive. And as I was watching videos of him before he actually became president of Ukraine, back when he was, acting in his TV series, he seemed like a completely different person. It seemed as if the light, funny side, that was what was most apparent in his disposition. But since the ruler of his ascendant, the ruler of Gemini is Mercury, we have to take a look at where his Mercury is located and in what sign in his chart. He's got Mercury in the 8th house in the sign of Capricorn. Now, Mercury in Capricorn can also come across and communicate in a very serious manner and in a very authoritative manner. So it's not all light-hearted feelings and jokes all of the time. There's also this really deep, serious side to Zelensky as well, and the way that he comes across. With his sun in the sign of Aquarius, this makes him someone who really marches to the beat of his own drum. Now, if you've got your sun in Aquarius, I wonder if you'll understand this. Rebellion is really an important part of having major placements in Aquarius or having an Aquarius sun. And I've heard from parents who have children who have their sun in the sign of Aquarius. And a lot of times these are the children who push back, who want to do things a different way, who kind of want to go their own path and not do so much what's dictated for them to do. And Sun in Aquarius people really emphasize the ideas of freedom and equality in an ideal society. They also tend to be quite intelligent, even brilliant, with some level of eccentricity. They just seem to be different than a lot of people, and they don't mind staying in their own individual energy and not conforming to the group. Now, with the moon in Leo, the moon is all about our emotions, our feelings. So when we place the moon in the fire sign of Leo, Zelensky can be quite passionate and quite lively when he's speaking about how he feels. Leo is the sign of center stage, and this is really a nod to Zelensky's time as a performer when he was actually on stage, where he was actually in front of the camera. But Leo is also the sign of leaders. And being in a leadership position is probably emotionally fulfilling to him on some level. Pride is also very important for people with strong Leo placements, especially the moon in Leo. People with their moon in Leo, even sun in Leo, they do not like to be embarrassed, and they do not like to feel humiliated. They do not like to feel as if someone is talking down to them. You're not going to get a lot of positive energy from them if you're making them feel as if they are a subordinate to you. And it's really interesting with Zelensky, not only is his moon in the sign of Leo, he also has Mars, the planet of action in Leo, and Saturn as well. So, these 3 planets, Moon, Mars, and Saturn, all in the sign of Leo, that's the strong mark of leadership in his chart. Now, I want to go back and talk about Mercury in Capricorn because this is the ruler of his entire natal chart. Mercury is the planet of communication. And when we put Mercury in the sign of Capricorn, not only is Zelensky, or not only does he have the potential to be really good when it comes to logical thinking and creating systems, but since his Mercury is in the 8th house, which is it's a water house, the house of mystery, he also probably has a very high level of sensitivity, probably has very strong intuition. And he probably knows right away when someone is not being honest with him or when they are trying to manipulate him. And that comes with the territory of the 8th house. And I wish I could hear from you guys. And those of you who have personal planets, Sun, Moon, Venus, Mars, Mercury in the 8th, has that been your experience? What I've always heard is it's like they have an inner lie detector. They know right away when someone's not being honest with them. So those are just some of the highlights from Zelensky's chart. And, it gives you a level of understanding of why he is the way that he is, why he may react the way that he reacts. And it just adds a whole nother dimension to the situation that we could see on Friday. I feel that when you understand how someone is wired, when you understand their psychology, instead of looking at them from a place of judgment, we can look more from a place of compassion and understanding. So let's go to our transits for this week. We have some important changes with Mercury this week, and it may have an impact on the way that you communicate with others and the way that you process information. And there will be one day this week that would be absolutely perfect for taking the initiative and starting something new or doing some type of physical activity. So as we're moving into our discussion about the transits, I just want to mention many people want to know, why is it beneficial to know about the transits? Like, what good is that going to do me? And I'll share my perspective with you. Each of us has the power to create our own reality. We all have been gifted with the amazing power to manifest. But so many people are not consciously creating their reality. And because of that, they get caught up in the intentions of other people, in the energy of other people, because they're not directing their own energy. And, none of us, we are not here to drift aimlessly through life and to be at the mercy of other people. We are here, each one of us, to lead magical lives. And this begins with using the planetary energy that is given to you each week in intentional and conscious ways. And because I love sports, I'm going to use a sports analogy here to really help you understand this. Imagine that I'm your coach and I'm giving you a playbook. And in this playbook, there's a list of plays for our upcoming game. And it's up to you to figure out how you want to run the plays. How are you going to execute these plays? Also in the playbook, there are strategies that will help you to execute the plays successfully. But ignoring the strategies makes it more difficult to have a winning play. So in the same way, the list of plays in your playbook, these are your transits for the week. And the strategies that I give also help you to live the highest expression of each transit. And if you're not using the energy intentionally, there's a higher probability that you will be using the energy in its lowest form or lowest expression. So really use this information not only for your benefit, but for the benefit of your children as well. Be the parent who is creating consciously and not living in a heightened state of reaction. So yesterday on Monday, March 3rd, something significant happened. We had Mercury, the planet of communication, leave the water sign of Pisces and enter the fire sign of Aries. So Mercury is the planet of communication and the intellect. And in the fire sign of Aries, Mercury is passionate and Mercury is direct. And Mercury can be very upfront and outspoken about what it feels, because Mercury wants its voice to be heard. And for this reason, Mercury can be quite impulsive. But when I intuitively feel into the energy of Mercury and Aries, I'm clairaudient, and that's how I receive some of my intuitive information. I literally heard the phrase, all systems go. All systems go. So that's like the motto for Mercury and Aries. So Mercury is ready to proceed full force in one direction and to make decisions very quickly. And Mercury and Aries can be inspirational and motivational, but it can also be quite reckless and impulsive with the way that energy is expressed, the way the energy is spoken. So keep this in mind for your children. For the next 4 weeks while Mercury is in the sign of Aries, if they express the shadow side of Aries, it's our responsibility to gently guide them back to a state of balance. On Wednesday, March 5th, tomorrow, Mercury will be at 3 degrees of Aries, sextile Pluto at 3 degrees of Aquarius. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication and processing, and in Aries, Mercury is driven toward action. Let's look at Pluto. Pluto is the planet of power, of transformation, of purification. So these two together, this aspect can give you the desire to know everything that's hidden beneath the surface. So don't be surprised tomorrow if your child all of a sudden wants to know about the family history that nobody talks about, okay? This transit kind of gives that drive to know what's hidden, what's in the closet, what's behind the curtain. It can also lead to deep thinking and conversations that can transform, and breakthroughs with limiting patterns and thinking are also possible. This is an absolutely fabulous aspect for problem solving, finding solutions, and research, because it gives a boost to our mental processes, but it can also make us feel a little bit inflexible about what we know and not really trying to see the perspective or the viewpoint of the other person that we may be interacting with. But this is great energy for speaking aloud our boundaries. And on this day tomorrow, you may feel drawn to reading or learning about psychology or astrology or even anything dealing with healing. So keep that in mind. And on Saturday, March 8th, our last transit for this week, we'll have the sun at 17 degrees of Pisces, trining Mars 17 degrees of Cancer. Now, in astrology, the sun represents our life force, our vitality, our identity and willpower. And in the sensitive and gentle water sign of Pisces, the sun is revitalized and energized through acts of compassion, through transcendence, through creativity. And Mars is the planet of action and energy. And Mars in the water sign of Cancer is motivated to nurture and protect family and homeland. But keep in mind, Mars is still out of bounds until April 7th, which means that Mars has a declination greater than 23 degrees and 27 minutes north or south, and that increases the energy of Mars. So again, using a sports analogy, think of a basketball court with players from opposing teams on the court, okay? And we've got spectators or fans in the stands. And everyone outside of the court is out of bounds, okay? They don't have to follow the rules and regulations of the players who are in bounds or who are playing in the game. So, the spectators, the fans, they can eat popcorn, they can eat cotton candy, they can yell at the opposing team, right? And in the same way, Mars out of bounds is emboldened to act more assertively, energetically, and aggressively right now. But this supportive aspect between the sun and Mars should be very motivating, should give you a burst of energy. It should inspire you to take the initiative with something, to begin a new project, okay? This duo will really set the stage for action behind compassion. action behind compassion, doing something compassionate, doing something kind for someone else. Taking action or participating in physical activity is recommended on Saturday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because I mentioned the burst of energy, vitality, and you want to make sure that you're channeling that energy in a constructive way. All right. So please remember this for your children as well. They are very sensitive. They are probably going to feel and experience this energy. So get them outside, get them moving, let them burn this energy off constructively, because we don't want sibling arguments and disagreements on Saturday. Okay. All right. So that's the transits for this week. Now we have our caller, Rosie, calling from Ireland. Hi, Rosie.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've got a few minutes. We'll do it real quick. Would you mind a tarot spread? Is that okay? A general tarot spread?
Brilliant.
Okay, great. Okay. I'm going to do one more shuffle here. And Rosie, I want you to tell me when to stop.
Okay.
Okay, stop there. Let's see what Rosie's got going on. Okay. Okay. So Rosie, the card that I'm seeing, like that's showing maybe something that's going on in your life, has there been a situation where you're wondering if someone has been dishonest, if someone is doing something and trying to hide it? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what pops up for me right now, like as I guess what the energy is really wanting to point to. This person, someone else, probably not being the most honest with either what they're saying to you or with their actions, okay? Now, what I'm seeing is in the situation with this person, though, there's been a lot of hard work. Like I feel like that this is either a relationship or a friendship that has spanned over a period of time. Does that make sense? Yeah. And there's been a lot of hard work, and I feel like that you've really been trying to be the best version of you, and you've been trying to see the best, and you've been trying to manifest the best, okay? But what I'm feeling over the next 2 weeks, there will be a decision you have to make. There's something that comes to light. There's something that you become aware of that's staring you right in the face that you really are not going to be able to ignore, and there's a decision to make, okay? Okay? At that point in time, I really want you to listen to your intuition. Listen to what you are feeling. Listen to your body. Listen to your gut, okay? And don't allow your mind to talk you out of how you're feeling or what your intuition is telling you, okay?
Okay.
Now, now over the next 4 weeks, after there's that decision, there's the potential that you could decide this is not working in the way that I would like for it to work anymore, and I'm tired of expending my energy in this way, okay? There's the potential that you could make that decision if things don't shift before then. But I know that I do have the card. I have the 8 of Cups, which signifies walking away from something that's really not serving my highest good anymore. Does this make sense so far?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I am seeing, another external factor that's playing into this situation, we do have the 5 of Wands, which is conflict. Okay. So there's conflict. It doesn't even feel like maybe it's just with one person. It feels like it could be with more than one person. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of conflict as well that's influencing this situation. But what I absolutely love, your personal power card shows me that right now, what you've got in your favor or what's working in your favor, I do feel that there have been different friends, different people who have stepped forward to support you or to be supportive or to listen during this time. Do you understand that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's your personal power card right there. It shows me that right now, that's the one aspect that may really help you to work through this situation and get through this situation. What I love the outcome. The outcome, we've got the Four of Wands, and the Four of Wands is a card of celebration, and this almost feels like, oh, I was able to overcome. So, this situation was difficult for me, but look, I was able to overcome. And I'm on the other side of this, and I can see the meaning, and I can see why things happened the way that they did. And from this vantage point of where I can see, I have appreciation for what happened. That makes sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, and it's hard to appreciate a situation or circumstances when you're going through something difficult. But it looks as if this is actually going to work in your favor, because the answer card that we have is the Judgment card. And whenever I see the Judgment card, I know that there's the feeling of someone being called or being made accountable for their actions. Okay. So whatever's being done in the dark that you will become aware of with this other party that we've been talking about, I don't feel as if it goes unaddressed. I do feel that there will be consequences for actions. Okay, but it looks like things work out for you in the long run. Okay, Rosie?
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Thank you for calling in. I hope you have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And thank you, everyone, for joining me today. It's been a fabulous show. And I just want to remind you, like I do at the end of every show, the stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. So keep shining your light bright. Keep radiating light all throughout this week, and I will see you here again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and good evening, everybody. I cannot believe we are already towards the end of February. How did that happen? That went by super fast, didn't it? Or we're over midway through, so here we are. I am Psychic Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo. This is where intuition and energy and the mystical world come together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you so much for tuning in to receive intuitive insight and spiritual guidance and conversations that will open your heart and mind. This is my purpose, my passion, and I truly love to be here. So I've come to discover something, you guys. I'm super excited about this, but I think I might have talked about this last show. And, I've been studying personal development for 20 years. This is my 20th anniversary this month, actually. And my spirituality has been an ongoing thing, but really came into my psychic abilities and my intuition starting in 2019. At least that's when it came into my awareness. So it's been a 6-year journey, and it's been the most fascinating and fun journey. And I came to discover something, and it's really just blown my mind. I came to realize that the personal development has removed all of the spirituality. Isn't that interesting? So it's been removed everywhere. And I keep finding evidence of where it was removed. And the most recent place that I found this was I found out that Think and Grow Rich, the original version, had all the spirituality in it, and it was removed. So I'm super excited to see that we are coming into a place where people are starting to be more open to hearing about the spiritual and the woo. And I am shifting everything that I'm doing right now and kind of focusing on what I'm calling the self-care oracle. I'm kind of identifying as myself as that, because what I came to realize is after the work of doing this personal development for so long and then discovering that's what was missing was the spiritual, I came to really understand what it looks like to come from the healed divine masculine and the healed divine feminine. So when we have the healed divine masculine energy, which, by the way, we all have masculine and feminine energies in us. But the healed divine masculine is where we create structure, foundation, and support. And the healed feminine is the flow. But to get to that flow is using our intuition. It's using our psychic abilities and the discernment to be in that flow. And so I'm super excited to be bridging the gap. I was told that you couldn't do it. I have had marketing people tell me I can't do it. So guess what? If someone tells me I can't do something, I'm probably going to go do it. That's what being a sacred rebel is all about. So I'm super excited to be launching all kinds of new types of offerings and fun memberships, just tons of things. And I have a challenge going on right now. So if you have been hanging out with me here for a minute and you resonate with any of the self-care things that I share, then please come over and check me out on my Facebook page, because that is where you can get all the information to all the things that I'm doing. So the Self-Care Oracle is where I am bridging the gap between the personal development and the spirituality. So basically, what does that mean? That means we're doing the inner shadow work, working on ourselves, removing those limiting beliefs, reprogramming the subconscious mind, and then the spirituality is opening up and trusting our intuition and using that as our internal compass to guide us so that we can be in the flow that we want to be. So I'm super excited to be launching and diving into more of this. So I'll be talking more about this on Wednesday nights. I'm super excited about it, and I look forward to expanding with all of you together. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take our first caller for tonight. We have Kathy in Riverton, Wyoming.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So,
sounds like you're doing a lot of work.
I am. I'm having so much fun. In fact, Kathy, I don't think I've ever been more excited or had more fun in my entire life. You know, when you just get to that point where you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, Kathy, are you looking for anything specific tonight? Are you just looking for some intuitive guidance?
Yes, some guidance, please.
Do you have any specific questions?
Work guidance, really. I mean, because I just started in a field that I walked away from for a while for a break, and then started back up in that, and I'm just kind of doing the confirmation check to see how that's going to go for me and what direction to go in.
So my first question before I dive into the cards, because I'm going to pull cards and then I'll channel and see what messages come through, is when you think about, or when you're feeling it, when you're in that, do you have a feeling about it? Are you questioning or doubting yourself somewhere?
I got really good feeling about going back into that kind of work because it's a very rewarding job in a way, but it's pretty high stress in another way because it can flex one way or the other sometimes.
Okay, so I just started to shuffle the deck in the very beginning and a card flew out and it's the boundaries card. And it says, where do you need to establish better boundaries? So I don't know what kind of hours you work. I don't know what kind of demands they have on you, but in order for it to be cohesive for you, you're going to have to be clear in your boundaries. So if you, do you over deliver?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Like you go all in, you give it everything you have, and that's great. Just make sure that you have boundaries within it. You're not exhausting yourself to over deliver, then not be compensated for it because you're going to exhaust yourself. That's why you're getting the boundaries card.
Okay.
Let me pull some more cards here.
That's really good advice because these people are known to ask people to do more than hours than they really probably should.
Yeah, I got it really strongly about making sure, because not just the card, like I'm feeling it. Yeah, being clear. This will be a space for you to really have to use your voice. So if that's something, I don't know if you struggle with speaking up sometimes, but spiritually saying this is the time to speak your truth, and no is a complete and full sentence. You don't owe people an explanation. So if they're asking you something and it's just a no, you don't have to tell them why. It's just no.
Right.
No. We are over-explainers. Naturally, as humans, we want to over-explain ourselves, but you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could tell them no. The next card that you got is the leap card. You go first. The universe will catch you. So I think what's being called for too is don't be afraid to fly. Don't be afraid to speak what you want. Like even if you're not getting what you want, make sure you leap into that. And if for some reason, I'm just being told if it doesn't, like if it's not received well, you're going to keep going till you figure out the right thing. So it's going to be fine, whether it's this job or somewhere else that you land. But I'm just being told that you're not going to settle. Don't settle for less than you should, and you're not going to.
Okay.
Let me see. I feel like you're well received, though, that people like you. So as far as that goes, is that funny?
Yeah, I hope so.
You hope so?
I hope so.
My guides are telling me you're well received and people like you. So you have the Inner Temple card, Devotion, tune into the portal of your heart. I love this because this is exactly what you have to do. You really have to go inward. We often want to go into our logic and our ego, which is the mind. Take your ego and your mind and all logic. Take all logic and just set it on the table and then sink into your heart space. Your heart will never lead you like the wrong way. As long as you're listening to your heart, you will be fine. And then this is beautiful. The last card you have for this is trust your path. If you knew that you would be supported, what would you do?
Right.
So what I'm getting from that message is, as far as it being supported, do you ever ask your team to help you? Have you ever asked your spirit guides or spirit to come in and assist you?
Yeah, I try to do that.
Yep. Be consistent with it because they can't violate your free will. So they won't help without asking. And that's where the magic comes in. That's where the impossible becomes possible, when we're co-creating with spirit and the divine. And then we're asking our team to support us, specifically asking them. So I'm being told too, it's time to fill your cup and give from your overflow so that you have the energy and the capacity to support people at work. And I'm hearing that you support people at home too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have kids?
Yes.
Yep. How many kids do you have?
I have 3 and I have 2 at home.
And 2 at home. Yep. So No is a complete and full sentence with your kids too. You know, we sometimes our kids want explanations too. So setting boundaries at home will be good for you as well. And asking for more support. Don't be afraid to ask for help at home. Don't be afraid to ask your kids. Like it's okay to ask for help.
Okay.
Do you struggle asking for help?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
So what
I don't like to.
Yeah. You know why you don't like to? Because we don't like to hear no. That's what I tell all of my clients. They don't like to hear no. We don't like to receive the no because it's uncomfortable. And so what my recommendation for that would be is to go practice receiving the no. And what I tell people is like, when we ask for help and someone says no, well, we aren't any further than we were. We're it's no different, right? So what do we have to lose by asking if the worst that they can say is no? And what happens is it's the feeling that we have and that we don't necessarily like. Whenever they say no, we either have resentment, anger, frustration, disappointment, sadness, whatever it could possibly be. We don't know always until we're in it. But practicing receiving the no means that you're closer to a yes. The other thing I'm being told to remind you is that rejection is God's protection. So if someone says no, that's protection for you. It just means it's not the right one. Keep going till you find the right one. But if you can get past the uncomfortableness of asking for help, you'll change your entire world, is what I'm being told, Kathy, because you will have so much more support and not have to do it all on your own. Are you a single mom?
Kind of in a way, yeah. Yeah. My son is, I'd say 29. He has epilepsy, and so that's kind of where that window sits.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is your hands are full.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's time for you to have more time for you. You have to schedule, you have to put it together. You should come check out my Facebook group, Kathy, because I do all kinds of stuff in there where I help women just like you to get in a structured routine that will help support them. And I would just recommend coming over there. Come check me out, Kathy.
Okay.
I'm pulling some more cards.
Okay, and what's your Facebook?
Sarah Jane Patton. And Sarah Jane is together.
Okay. Okay.
So you got Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. Have you thought about doing anything with intuition or diving into your intuitive abilities?
I would love to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm being told that you're supposed to.
Okay.
I'm hearing that you are a teacher, that you are supposed to be teaching. You are supposed to be learning some type of modality and then teaching other people. And they're telling me
that would be fantastic.
They're telling me that when you do this, you'll be more in alignment with your soul purpose. Everything will fall into place. You got the Akasha card. Your guidance is divinely guided. This is validating what I told you earlier. Your team's always with you. It's just asking them to help you, not forgetting it, because they're like, hey, we're here. We're ready for you. Let me pull another deck out. I want to see what this other deck has to say real quick before we close out.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. All right, let's see. What messages do we have for Kathy? Oh, this is the most perfect card. I'm going to take two more real quick. All right, you got 5 cards that came out. First card, we'll go through these real quick. You got the balance card. This is exactly what I'm telling you that I teach, so that's funny. I teach people how to come into the divine feminine balance of their feminine and masculine energies, because when we are in balance, we get to have freedom. But balance says take time to relax, indulge a little more or less, set boundaries with your work. Validation on the boundaries card, because now this one specifically says set boundaries with your work. So that's validating more of what I said. You got the passion card. This is just reminding me of like what I said to you a moment ago. When you figure out what you're passionate about and what makes your heart pitter patter, you'll be in alignment with your higher self. So make sure that you follow your calling and listen to that portal of your heart that was mentioned earlier. It says, do what excites you, get fired up about your life, increase your energy levels. You got the expansion card, which is validating this as well. You are supposed to expand into your intuitive abilities. You also got the friendship card. This is asking you to call in your soul tribe and the people that you will feel are like-minded individuals that you can be supported by and share where you feel safe. And then you got the beloved card. And I really feel like this card, this is like about romance, but I feel like it's about romancing yourself and coming back to loving all of Kathy. So
that is awesome.
Yes, that is your reading for tonight, Kathy. I hope that it was supportive. Definitely come check me out. We can hang out some more over in my other spaces. But thank you for calling tonight. It was really great to connect with you.
You're fantastic. Thank you so much.
I received that. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, and we are going to take another caller. We have Tabitha in Lancaster, California tonight.
Hi.
How are you, Tabitha?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing fantastic this evening. So I would like to know, is there specific questions you have this evening, or would you just like me to pull cards and see what messages come through for you?
Can you just pull cards?
Yes, I can. Okay. Have you just had a big change in your life?
Yes.
Are you sad?
I've been sad.
Yeah, I'm feeling your sadness. I'm being told to tell you that Mama Gaia, Mother Earth, Mama Gaia is wrapping her arms around you, and just fall in to her motherly love. Like, fall into her, surrender into her arms. That's what I'm being told. Okay. Have you suffered a loss?
Yes.
Yes. Who did you lose?
My mom's boyfriend.
Your mom's boyfriend?
Yes.
What was his name?
Richard.
Okay. I'm going to tell you these first couple cards that you have here, and then if you want me to connect and see if Richard comes through, I will. The first card you have is the Council of Light. You are surrounded by the Council of Light and protection right now. The subtitle of the card is Divine Orchestration, Helpers in the Subtle Realms. So when you are feeling like you are, it's always a great idea to call in the Council of Light to support you. The Council of Light is a strong group of benevolent beings that are here to help elevate the frequency of the planet, but they are so full of love, devoted to supporting humanity, and calling them in will help you move through your grief and the experiences that you're having right now. The sadness I'm feeling from you, I do feel like you're having sadness, but I feel like some of your sadness is for your mom. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. You got the Dance with Life card. Do something to change your energy. So when we get into grief, and I speak from experience because I just spent the last year in the deepest grief of my life, and I know how hard it can be. If we can just take some time and move our bodies. So it is hard sometimes, but what happens is all that grief and the energy that goes along with it becomes stuck and stagnant within the body. And then, as you know, like you've probably seen, that's where like depression, and we can sink into like not wanting to hang out and disconnect, right? So if you can take a moment to find a song, even if it's a sad song, even if it's like a song that you need to dance to feel the emotions, that's totally fine. But just moving your body in some way without caring what anyone's seeing, like just go somewhere by yourself and just move to the music. It'll help move the energy and get it unstuck from just residing so that you can start feeling a little better and getting your energy back. Have you had low energy?
Yes.
I'm feeling really, really low energy, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Was this a sudden death?
We're not sure. We don't really know what happened.
He's saying that he's okay. He's kind of quiet. Was he quiet in general?
Yeah, he paid attention to everybody.
Was he private person?
Sometimes.
The way I'm experiencing him right now is that he's like, I want to connect, but I want to do it privately. I don't want to do it with everybody here. That's what he's telling me. And I have to respect that from my, like, that's just my spiritual etiquette. I have to respect his wishes. It's not bad. He's just like, I'm private. I don't want everyone else to hear it. So I'm just respecting that. But let me pull some more cards. The one thing that he is saying to tell you is that he is okay. He says, I left when I was supposed to. I will send you signs that you know I'm around. And I love everybody. That's what he's telling me. I love everyone. Please tell everyone I love them. And he's saying he's sorry. But he says, outside of that, I don't want to connect in front of everyone. And that's okay. Let's see what the cards say. Okay, you got the awakening.
I've had a lot of death in life. And this last 4 years has been horrible for me, so.
A lot of death?
Yeah.
Do you have intuitive insights, or do you feel psychically connected to any of the people that passed away?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, because I just dropped the card, but you got the, it was the same card the last caller had, actually. Let me find it. I have a couple cards. You got Awakening, so that's the first one, why I asked it, because then you got this other card too. But the Awakening card says energetic upgrades, a new way of being, and integration. So when you tell me that you've had so much loss in a short amount of time, and I'm feeling all the grief that you're having, I feel like part of what's going on is this is to help awaken you and to connect with them. And I'm feeling as though this may open you up into your mediumship abilities. There's a lot of mediums that are opening right now, and those that are opening have had many of them, not all of them, but a lot of them have had a lot of loss and grief because those loved ones or those friends have left to try to be the supporters and helpers from the other side. For example, like my guides are people that have passed away that I'm connected to, and that's who communicates to me and how I am able to channel and do the things that I do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so this may be, you have to follow your intuition of what feels right. And when you're ready, then you would want to dive into that because it's going to keep showing up, like the feelings and the intuition. The questioning around it will keep showing up. Sisterhood of the Rose, that was the card. I found it. And it says beauty of devotion, priestess, mystic, and teacher. When I get this card, I know that that's what you're supposed to be doing. Just like the last caller I had it too. And truly, if I'm being honest, if you're on a call with me, I always say this to people. If you've landed somewhere in my space, it's because you are this. I attract in those that are awakening and wanting to step into it because that's what I teach. I teach people how to do it. So the grief and your experience that you're having right now is a catalyst to your gifts. And that's hard to see when we're in it. And it's okay to not be able to see it until later. But I do feel like that's part of what this is and why it's unfolding the way it is. So creating ways to communicate with them will help support you and help alleviate some of that grief. So you can assign numbers, symbols, and signs to them so that when they are communicating with you, you can ask them to show up as that, or maybe they already show up as a certain way. Did Richard have a motorcycle?
No.
Did any of the people that passed it? Because someone's showing me a motorcycle.
My grandfather did.
Okay. So I do think that there is a calling that's coming to you right now. And I would listen to your heart. If you feel like you're wanting to dive into, have you ever taken any classes on opening up?
I did tarot back when, but then I stopped because everything was just like
getting to me really bad. So I just stopped. And I was like, if it's meant for me to do it, it's meant for me to do it.
You are supposed to do it. You just need the right teacher. So you have to learn how. I'm being told you're a highly sensitive empath. Do you ground and protect your energy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So being grounding and protecting your energy daily, twice a day, and specifically before you do the card readings will be super important for you. I'm just hearing that you have really strong clairvoyance. So I would, yes. So you are supposed to be doing it, and it is overwhelming, but guess what? The good news is that you actually get to control it. So if I always tell people, it's like a radio dial. If you have all of it coming through and it feels like it's too much, you can turn it down and tell them like, hey, this is too much and I don't want to hear all this. You can set the exact boundaries that you want on how you want to connect and communicate. So that's always helpful as well. Let me pull just one last card here from this other deck and see what other messages are for you today.
And it's too because I lost the one I really loved, and then I stepped in with somebody, and then my family destroyed that. It's been a battle through my whole entire life. So it's like,
yeah, I could feel the heavy sadness when you first came on immediately. All right, let's just see. Okay. You got past lives. Release your past life karma. You are an old soul with deep wisdom. Healing your past lives will raise your vibration. So you could do maybe a soul retrieval, and I would absolutely ask to clear out all past life karma, and absolutely validating further that you are very intuitive and that you do have the ability to tap in. So just remember that innate wisdom is there. So thank you so much for calling in tonight, Tabitha. I hope that you have a great rest of your week. If you want to follow me more, go to my Facebook page, Sarah Jane Patton.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah.
You're welcome. Have a good night. All right, you guys, that's a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun nestling in with me this evening, and I hope that you get to return for more next week. See you guys. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an interesting week it's been around the world with all different things that are happening and weather events happening everywhere. And look, our heart goes out to the Carolinas with their, they're facing bushfires at the moment. Look, I'm sure there's plenty of other places around the world that are experiencing weather events. I was going to say weddings. I'm sure there's plenty of weddings going on too. But here in Australia, where I live on the Gold Coast, we're battening down the hatches. We're expecting Cyclone Alfred to hit us in the next 36 hours. So it's been an interesting lead up to the show this week because, we're constantly glued to the television and waiting to see what the latest forecast is. And, last week they were saying this cyclone was going to go out to sea. And here we are this week where we're getting ready for major flooding and impact of a very serious storm here on the Gold Coast, which we haven't had for over 50 years. And that sort of leads me to things that sort of people say there's no such thing as global warming. Well, look, I disagree with that. Things are changing. Things are changing very rapidly. And, we're getting more and more weather events around the world. We've got to start to take notice of it. We've got to start to sort of look at becoming more green. And I'm pleased to say that our network is totally 100% green. And, it's really important. We've all got to do our little bit for the planet. Anyway, that's enough of my soapbox today. Let's get on with the tarot card of the week. And it's the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Three of Cups. Now, look, this is a really positive card. It's a card of celebrations and bright happenings. So let's hope that we're going to be celebrating the end to a lot of the traumas and things like that that are going on around the world. I'm being very selfish here when I say that I want this for everyone, not just for me and not just for the immediate people that watch the show, but for everybody. Everybody could do with a little bit of a celebration at the moment, can't they? Wouldn't it be nice to see the end of the war in Ukraine and things like that, and, you know, people get back to living their lives and not having any pressure and stress and worrying about where their next meal's coming from, and just ending poverty in the world and sort of things like that would be really nice. That would be a great celebration. But for all of us mere mortals on a personal front, it could very well be the turning point. There could be something that you might be able to celebrate in this coming week. And it doesn't have to be a major thing. It can be a small thing. It can be, you know, managing to sort of go for a longer walk than what you've ever been able to do. That's a real celebration. Celebrations don't always have to mean birthdays and anniversaries and things that we're splashing out on and spending a lot of money. It can be a celebration of something that's happening in your life that is a major celebration to you because you've been able to achieve something that you haven't been able to achieve before. And that's the way I like to look at this card. Look at it, you know, small celebrations are big celebrations for us all. So it's an interesting week astrologically. There's been a little bit of a shift with not so much emphasis in Pisces this week. It's still there, but not as intense as it was last week. So we've still got the sun in Pisces. So happy birthday to all the Pisceans. And look, I have many Piscean friends and family and clients and people that sort of message me and say, I'm a darling little Pisces. Look, I think they really do get bad press. They are one of my favourite signs out of the 12 signs because they are so knowledgeable, and people call them the dustbin of the zodiac. I don't look at it that way. I look at it that they have the ability to encompass the power of all the previous 11 signs. They can cherry pick the things that they like and don't like and bring it back and make it their own. And that's why I think it makes them so unique and so special. And I'm really seeing quite a divide with Pisceans at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of, you know, Pisceans that have really done a lot of hard work on themselves in the last 2 or 3 years while Neptune's been in their own ruling planet's been in their sign, and they've really worked consciously and worked hard on improving their life, making themselves a better person, making better decisions, being even more generous to their family and friends than what they've been in the past. But I think the most important thing I've noticed with a lot of Pisceans is they're finally able to look at somebody and say, right, I either like you or I don't trust you, I do trust you, we might have been friends for 50 years, but all of a sudden I'm seeing who you truly are. And I'm not necessarily saying I'm going to end the friendship, but I'm not going to give to you like I've done all my life for nothing in return. So they're really starting to stand in their own power. There's other Pisceans, of course, that aren't anywhere near as evolved as that yet, and that's okay because they're as evolved as they need to be. Each person is individual, each journey is individual, and we all evolve and develop at the rate that's personally right for us. So don't try and sit there and compare yourself with someone else and say, oh, I wish I was as good as that person or whatever. You're where you're meant to be. No matter what your star sign is, you're precisely where you're meant to be at this given point in time in your life. So celebrate that and enjoy that and sort of say, well, look, I've worked hard to get here and achieve what I've done. And not all of us are going to be the president or the king or the queen or somebody that's going to be in the spotlight. Some of us are one of those people that sort of quietly work behind the scenes, that do a good deed every day and try and live an honest life and, you know, never really get any accolades for that. But those people are more important to me than the ones that are in the spotlight blowing their own trumpet about how great they are. It's the little people. It's the people that we don't give the recognition to. When I say little people, they don't see themselves as being in any way significant, and yet they're the glue, they're the fabric that holds society together, and they're more important than the people in the spotlight. So Pisces, happy birthday to all the Pisceans. We still have a bit of emphasis there. We've still got Saturn sitting in your sign for a little bit longer now, which is giving you the strength. It's giving you the ability to make some more informed choices and decisions. And it's giving you a structure that people are starting to sort of hone in on and saying, wow, I didn't realize that person was so strong. And this is good. Neptune's going to be in your sign for a little bit longer now. Neptune is your own ruling planet, has been there for some time now. So this is really sort of shaking things up and sort of bringing a lot of creativity and bringing you wisdom that you're now imparting and sharing with others, and not in a dictatorial fashion. It's like, well, here's my take on it. you take it or leave it. It's up to you. You've got to work out what's right for you. So with all the Pisces energy that I've been talking about, that will also be affecting predominantly the other water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. But all of that energy will be flowing over in a much more gentle way to the remaining 8 signs. So it's not necessarily because there's so much emphasis in Pisces, are the rest of us missing out? No, it's just a more gentle washing over of us of the energy and how we need to develop things in our lives. So the big news this week is Venus has gone retrograde. Now, Venus doesn't go retrograde very often. It will be retrograde in Aries. It's just popped into Aries for the next 6 weeks. Now, what does this mean in layman's terms? Okay, so Venus is the planet of love and affection, the things that we love to do, the things that bring us pleasure, the things that make us smile. And it doesn't always mean that there's going to be a new romance, but it does mean if you are looking for love, then you've got to look for it in an Aries type of way. Now, the Aries energy is about me first. Have I told you about me first? And wanting to get everybody motivated. And sometimes Aries get a bad rap too, because they are seemingly so self-absorbed about me first, me first, me first, and did I tell you about me first? But they do this in such a way that they want you to get your angry hat on, that you get so annoyed with them, hearing about them and what they're achieving, that you'll get up off the couch and you'll do something for yourself. So indirectly they get bad press for that. Yes, they can be a little bit self-absorbed, but it's a lot of times it's they're trying to show you that they're leading the way forward, and they're showing you that if I can get you angry enough to get your angry hat out, that you'll get up off the couch and you'll do something significant, and you'll do something in your life that you wouldn't have done because you weren't motivated to do so. So if you're looking for love, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is, but predominantly more the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Leo, I want you to go and look for love in unusual places where you think that obviously there's enough of the type of person that you're looking for. If you're looking for a man, you go to places where men are going. If you're looking for a lady, you go to the places where ladies go. But you also need to be aware that you might meet somebody that's got a bit of an attitude too, that they might be a little bit on the me first brigade, and you sort of think, oh, I don't want to get involved with somebody like that. They're too self-absorbed. Well, just try and peel back that layer or two and see what's underneath. Don't just rule it out because of that. So Aries retrograde is Venus in Aries retrograde is also going to bring about that sometimes that people might be a bit cranky, a little bit abrupt in the way that they approach things. So be aware of that. They might be deep in thought or something like that, and they snap your head off when they give you an answer instead of being kind and nice and gentle. So just be aware of that as well. It's an interesting transit. With it going retrograde or backwards just means that we have to be more aware of the intense energy that will surround that. So, if you're looking at beautifying your home in an Aries sort of way, then you've got to put yourself in the frame first of how would this affect me? What would I like? And then I can look at whether you might like it as well, So it's a very selfish sort of me-orientated time for the next 6 weeks. We have the moon, the emotional planet, which moves very quickly. It only takes a couple of days to move from one energy to another, is actually conjunct or holding hands with Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected at the moment in Taurus. Now, the moon here is sort of saying to us, okay, it's really important that we honour our emotions, and our emotions might be seemingly a bit scattered or a little bit erratic. They could be 1 minute on a high and the next minute on a low. So this is the way things are when you've got the conjunction or the holding hands with Uranus. It's very unpredictable. We're not sure of how it's going to react. 1 minute you're happy, the next minute you could be in a screaming match with someone and you wonder how you got there. But the major overall thing is that we're trying to bring about some sort of stability. So, even though everything is feeling very erratic, we're still looking to sort of stabilise this in some way or get some answers out of this, that even if there is an emotional outburst and you end up in a bit of an argument, hopefully it'll clear the air and we get a direction moving forward. And that's the really important part for this, with what's happening here with the moon conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So that will be affecting the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So be aware of that. It will wash over to the rest of us, but not quite as intense as it is for those earth sign people and the Scorpio. So just be very aware of that. Finally, we're going to wrap it up. We've got another two we're going to talk about before we wrap up the astrology. Is Jupiter is still sitting in Gemini, and it is conjunct the part of fortune. Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity and luck. Now, what this means is it's affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. Now, the part of fortune doesn't mean you're going to go out and meet the leprechaun and get the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. That would be nice. But it's just showing you the way forward. It's showing you that there is opportunities out there if you really look for them. If you really put your best foot forward and you do a really good job at work, people are starting to take notice. There may not be a promotion there this minute or a pay rise this minute. For some, there will be. But it could just be that people are really starting to finally see what you bring to the table, what you bring to the company. And they're starting to sort of say, well, okay, this is a person to watch. This is a rising star. This is somebody that we need to sort of get behind and push and see where we can take this person, because they may be the next company leader. They might be somebody there that can really motivate a lot of the different staff. So there's lots of nice things sort of happening here with this Jupiter expansion. It's not just about work. It's expanding your mind. It's expanding lots of things in your life. But predominantly, I felt it was more work, money orientated. So finally, we're going to wrap it up with Mars in Cancer. Now, Mars is the planet of action and drive and can be a little bit bossy and a bit pig-headed sometimes as well. And Mars does not sit comfortably in Cancer. And that's why I'm mentioning it, because Mars is sort of full of action and let's go at 100 mile an hour. And the Cancerian energy is let's slow down, let's take our time, let's look at how it affects the family, let's see how I feel on an emotional level about this. So it's almost like they're at tug of war or opposite ends of the spectrum here. Now, this is going to be affecting the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces, and the direct opposite sign of Capricorn. It will wash over to the other sign, so just be aware there might be some prickly areas there where Mars is telling you to get up and let's get motivated and let's do things, and the Cancer energy is saying, now hang on a minute, let's get a plan. Let's just calm down, take a breath, be still for a minute, and let's look at where we need to go. How can we infiltrate this? How can we make this work better instead of going in like the bull in the china shop and breaking everything? Let's go on a much gentler pace. So that's the astrology for this week. We're going to take our first caller, which is Amy in Albany in Texas. And I'm sure I probably pronounced the area wrong, but are you there, Amy?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
I'm very well, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yes, ma'am. I was wondering, like, if I am pregnant, if the baby is going to be okay.
Okay. Pregnancy is one of those questions that we're not allowed to answer by different governing laws. Yeah, but what I can tell you on an energetic level, follow your instincts. If you feel that you're pregnant and you feel that everything's going okay, then lean into that. You know, sort of, we all have our own natural ability where we know something's right or something's wrong. And, you know, sometimes when we are pregnant, we get mixed emotions or we get mixed signals, because that's all the hormones and everything sort of changing to get us ready to become a mum, that sometimes we can have some negative responses. And what my suggestion is, if that comes into your mind, just sort of say, please go away. I'm having a good day and I don't believe that's happening. I mean, if there's something seriously wrong, if, you know, you feel physically something's wrong, then obviously, yes, you go to a medical practitioner, a doctor, a hospital or something and get checked out. But a lot of times it's just emotions, and it's the emotions of adjusting to carrying a child. And, you know, every woman's different. Everybody carries a baby in a different way and has different emotional reactions. They were showing me that their celebrations with balloons. So they didn't show me a particular colour, but they were showing me celebrations with a balloon and a teddy bear. So I'm going to take it from that you probably are pregnant. If not, you're going to be very, very soon. And it's a very welcome addition to the family. Is it something that you've been trying for some time, is it?
Well, my kids are tied.
Okay.
So, kind of scared.
You're scared, are you? Well, it's understandable. Becoming a mum is a scary, scary journey, as well as a very fulfilling journey. Look, nobody gives us the rule to being a parent or relationships. Other things we can go and get training for, but, you know, being a mum is a major job. It's a job for life. It's not just, you know, for the first so many years. It's a job for life. And it's a very rewarding job, but it's also a very scary job.
Yes, ma'am. And then I don't know about the baby's dad, if he's going to straighten his stuff up.
all
we're
that you
going
can
to be
do
together.
is focus on what you can do. You know, if you are pregnant and you are, you know, going to have a baby, you're the primary caregiver. You know, like you can only do the very, very, very best that you can do, and hoping that the dad will step up and do his part and, you know, be active and supportive and be there and everything like that. But at the end of the day, the only person you can rely on is yourself. And if you do that, then the rest of it is a bonus, sweetie. And, you know, I say that to people even in the happiest of marriages and situations. You know, mum's got to be the one that steps up first, because you're the one that's carrying the child, you're the one that's going to give birth to the child, and you're the one that's going to be, usually in most cases, the primary caregiver. So most of the responsibility falls on your shoulders. So, you know, dads are important too, but they're not the primary caregiver in most instances. So, you know, looking out for yourself and looking out for the baby is the most important thing. But look, they did show me from Spirit a bunch of white balloons and a teddy bear. So they weren't going to show me the sex, so I'm going to take it that there is a baby to come. If not now, it's very close. So I hope that's helped you, Amy.
Yes, ma'am. It has a lot.
Wonderful. Okay, well, you have a great rest of your evening, Amy. We're going to talk with Angela now in Solidified in Arkansas. Are you there, Angela?
Yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, sweetie?
I'm just looking for like a general guidance, I would say. Just
okay. I always ask just to make sure that, you know, if you've got a question, I prefer to answer that for you than waffle on with something that they give me from the other side. You know, sometimes people have a specific reason they're phoning into the show. First thing that they're showing me, Angela, is that I want to tell you to take a breath. So have you been sort of really pushing yourself very, very hard recently in the last 6 months or so? Like really pushing to get everything sorted?
Probably.
Right. Well, they're saying to me they want you to slow down a little bit, catch your breath, sit down. You know, you are allowed to sit down occasionally and sort of, you know, just do something for you rather than sort of doing everything for everyone else. They're also showing me by the end of March, it's sort of like as if life's going to not so much a 180, but it's going to change course. So have you been working towards making something different or bringing something different into your life that seems to have been really a hard slog to get it to go in that direction?
No, I'm always looking for new opportunities, though.
Okay. All right. So has it been, they keep showing it to me as if this is going to come like out of a period of where nothing much was happening, and it's sort of like it's all of a sudden it's all systems go in a new direction.
Okay.
That might be why they're telling you to have a little rest while you can now too. Catch your breath, sit down, watch a movie, do something, because, you know, by the end of this month, things are going to ramp up again and there's not going to be any time. It's going to be, you know, more than 100% that you're going in a new direction, and that's good. But the intensity of this seems to be from the end of March through till about the end of June, and then it's sort of like we get it into a more level pace, as if whatever this new thing is, it's sort of like we've had that real growth spurt, that real intense energy, and then it's sort of like, okay, now I can breathe and we can see it all unfold, and, you know, we can enjoy what we've been doing. But up until then, it's sort of been plenty of coffee, lack of sleep, and let's go. And that seems to be how you like to live your life, Angela.
Yeah, I would say that would be, yeah.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. If you're happy with that, that's great. You know, somebody else might like to take it at a different pace. We're all different. I'm with you. I like everything to sort of like, let's grab the coffee and let's go. You know, what are we waiting for?
I know.
You know, life's to be
I know. Waste no time.
Absolutely, because you get more done that way. And then when, you know, you do take a little breather, you don't feel guilty then, because, you know, you give yourself a half an hour off and then we go again on the next project. And that's great. But look, I think this year is going to be a year where, you know, dreams can come true. There'll be opportunities that will literally come out of nowhere, Angela. So it's sort of like, if you feel like you're standing there twiddling your thumbs and waiting for the next thing, even though you've still got things going on, just enjoy that little bit of a reprieve, because it won't be very long and you'll be back into, you know, grab the coffee and let's go again, and that's good. They were also showing me a question mark around whether or not you're going to move house. Is that something you've been toying with?
Whether I'm going to do what now?
Move house. They were showing me around August, September, there was a question mark around where you're living and whether or not it's time to move.
I just moved.
Right. Are you settled there?
I mean, I wouldn't say this is where I'll be for the rest of my life. I mean, I don't think that way. No, it's just not like my forever home. No.
No. Okay. I just want to make you aware around August, September, don't be surprised if you get itchy feet again or you start thinking about things. It's not necessarily saying to me you have to move then. It's saying to me the winds will change, you're blowing through then, ideas are coming, even if they're 3 years down the track, but the ideas are starting to flow.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that sounds good. That looks good. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, that's okay. But I think we've got other things that are probably more pressing. But, you know, you're such an ideal person that things come and go very quickly, and it's sort of like you could have a plan that's 3 years ahead, and that's okay. But it's, you know, you're letting it come in when it comes in, and you say, okay, like I've acknowledged that, I'll put that to one side. Now I'll get back to the task at hand, and that's okay. But you're never going to be a person that really ever sits still or ever retires, Angela. You're always going to have something on the go, and that's who you are. You're happy with that.
Yes.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter even if you were, you know, limited mobility when you get ancient, that you'll still be going at a very frenetic pace, even for, you know, your body's ability and your age and everything else. You're just not going to retire. You're one of those people that to retire would mean I've ended, you know, that's the end of my life. You know, I've got to have something to do.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And other people like to retire to a certain age and go and travel the world. You know, everybody's different. And I think as long as you honour what it is that's important to you, then I think that's the spark that keeps us going. You know, I mean, yes, unfortunately, the body wears out and as we get older and things don't function the way that we'd like them to. But, you know, inside you can still be very young in the mind and still achieve things that you see that are important. So, you know, and that's a really good thing, because to me, you're setting a great example for the people that are around you, Angela, that nothing is impossible. That, you know, if you really do follow your dreams and put the effort in, anything is possible. You know, like we all have the right to make some adjustments and some changes along the way, but you're always looking for that next thing that's going to make you excited. You know, I like to term it as the next Mount Everest you're going to climb. You know, you get to the top and you say, well, that's great. What's next? You know, I've made this.
Yep.
And there's nothing wrong with that, where someone else would be happy to say, well, I'm here, I've put my flag up, I'm going to put my chair down and have a rest, and I don't need to achieve anything else in my life. But that's okay for them. But, you know, you're one of those people that leads by example. You know, you go after things, you show people anything is possible. You know, nothing is impossible. You just haven't found the answer yet. And I think sometimes people get so bogged down in, oh, I can't do this because of that. It's, you know, you haven't found the way around the mountain yet. You know, there's all different roads that lead to the end destination, and some people just sort of give up too quickly. The other thing that they were sort of showing me is that I don't know whether you drink enough water. They were showing me that they were actually tipping water down in the top of your head, saying we need to lubricate you with some water.
No, I don't drink water. I don't like it, but okay.
Well, I didn't either for a very long time, and how I got around that was I started squeezing a bit of juice in there, you know, lime juice, lemon juice, orange juice,
I have heard
whatever,
that.
and put the taste away the water. You know, that was important. Eventually, it took me a long time, a lot of years, I might say, before I could drink real water by itself.
I know, right? It has no flavor. It's like air.
Yeah, but it's really important, because they were showing me without that, you're not going to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. So that was an important message for you from Spirit. Okay, Angela, we're going to leave it there. Lovely to talk to you, and I look forward to talking to you again in the future, sweetie, with all your things that are going to unfold this year. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's very dear to my heart, and because we are going through such a weather event, or we're about to here on the Gold Coast very soon, which is going to affect a very, very wide area of the eastern seaboard here in Australia. It's going to affect 2 states. I thought it was only appropriate that I bring to your attention a song written by one of Australia's very famous singers named Peter Allen, and I'm sure a lot of people have very familiar with Peter Allen, but he was born not that far away from where I live, probably 3 or 4 hours drive. And he wrote a song about his childhood and his background and where he came from and how he got to be the person that he became and the fantastic entertainer he was. And it was about his grandfather, and the song is called Tenterfield Saddler, and it's a beautiful song. It's very heartfelt from Peter and his upbringing and his area of life. And Tenterfield's inland. It's a very hot, dry, dusty town, and it's sort of, you know, an interesting place. And quite often, you know, I never got the good fortune to meet Peter Allen, but I really immensely respect his music and the songs that he wrote, and a great showman. But this is one of my favourite songs, and I thought it was appropriate to keep everybody's spirits up here in southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales as we wait for our cyclone to arrive. And we'll leave you with Peter Allen and Tenterfield Saddler. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your peripatetic, friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you, shoveling the cards, live tonight from the rainy, drenched city of New York, where we get together what is that? Together. Now everybody's going to believe I'm a recording. I'm AI, and the tape just glitched. But why would it use tape anyway? Anyhow, no, I'm real. Oh, well, I'm as real as it gets, for me anyway. I did have a rather well-known actress once tell me I was not a human being, but I am real. Nevertheless, here we are on a rain-soaked night, take two, rain-soaked night, and hey, I'm glad to be back. I missed a couple of shows, and I'm going to tell you why. I can either tell you the real reason, or I can make up something really funny. But I don't think I want to do that. I think I'll tell you what really happened. I wasn't. This goes back to last year in the fall, where my body started doing a funny thing called dying. It began shutting down, and this required a bit of attention on my part. So I went to this building we have a few blocks away, where there's a lot of people with yellow charts and white shirts, and they fix people up. So I went to the hospital. That's what it is. I went to the human auto station, and they one of the doctors was good enough to tell me that I'll be all right. He said, "We're really, really good plumbers," is what he said. He likened the human body to a sink, and more than my drain was clogged. Let me put it that way. So they started to unkill me, and they've been keeping me going ever since. But this involves an awful lot of people and an awful lot of work. And from time to time, I have to do something rather ghastly, which is called getting up early in the morning. Now, this goes against every instinct in what's left of my body. That I like to tell people that I was 27 years old before I found out there were 2 9 o'clocks in one day. And that is only a slight exaggeration, I assure you. One of the reasons that I got into the entertainment business is that it's standard to sleep till noon. And man, did that appeal to your old Uncle Elliot here. I don't like mornings. I don't function well in mornings. So since I do this show, I finished the show at midnight here in New York. And I had some early morning for the last couple of weeks prior to this night. I had a few early morning medical appointments the next day, one of which lasted 5 hours. The other one lasted 15 minutes. See, I blew off the whole show just so I could be there for 15 minutes. If I'd have known that, I'd have rearranged things. But I had to be there. Otherwise, right now, they'd probably be piecing together a Reverend Elliot memorial from the archives. But I don't like that I won't hear my own memorial. But I think that's the nature of memorials. But I missed the last 2 weeks of shows because I had to get up very early the next morning, which is fascinating that they do that to you. They make you get up. They make you arrive at the hospital, which is several miles away here in New York. They made me. Not me per se, everybody. We all arrive early in the morning, so that we can occupy what is called the waiting room, a room set aside just for waiting. That's how heartless they can be. And there it was, So I did that, but that 5 hour thing, that was. I met a lot of interesting people, but. It's a hell of a way to make contacts. In any event, that was it. There was no great alarm, no health scare. They've pretty much stabilized my physical elements here, and I am. Aside from the fact that I'm tired a lot, which has to do with the fact that I don't like waking up early. I am truly a night person. Now, this happened to me when I was 14 years old, and I got a job as a dishwasher in a restaurant. Well, that's not quite accurate. I got a job as a busboy, but I ruined so many people's clothing that I became a dishwasher. I was clumsy. And I was stupid and naive too. I mean, I was the busboy who, if I had a gigantic tray full of dishes balanced on my shoulder, and some wise guy in the bar would say, "Hey, mister, you got a match?" I would reach for a match, and everything would come cascading down. Yes, I consistently fell for that one. See, so I was doing a great deal of damage as a dishwasher. So I became, as a busboy, so I became a dishwasher, where I pretty much harmed nobody. Although, I did have an interesting experience at 14, because as a dishwasher, on a busy Saturday night, the place had run out of pound cake for their most popular dish, which was a dessert dish, which was a strawberry shortcake. So the owner of the restaurant, who we will call Mr. Smith here, handed me some money and told me to go over to the supermarket. Now, this was not in New York City. This was in upstate New York in Orange County. And go to the supermarket and get some pound cake. So I did. And I ran, because the supermarket was quite a bit away, up north from the restaurant. And I ran and I ran and I ran until I was out of breath. And I held my side, and I turned around and I looked to see how far I had come. And I noticed there was a large supermarket right across the street from the restaurant. See, I told you, I wasn't a very bright kid. That's why school wasn't for me, But so I headed back. Now, then I looked at the money he gave me, and it was $1. Now, I know inflation has wrought havoc in our lives, but even in 1960s, in late 1960s, you weren't going to get much pound cake for $1. It just wasn't going to happen. So I went back and I got a couple of pieces of Drake's pound cake, which was all I could get. And I headed back, and I rushed into the bar. I didn't even use the back entrance. I just rushed into the bar, and the owner, Mr. Smith, was there. And he opened up the bag, and he saw the piddling amount of cheesecake. Now you see what I'm hankering for, of pound cake that I got him. Because he thought he probably gave me a 5 or a 10, I don't know, but he gave me $1, And he started screaming at me. He started berating me in a full bar. The whole bar was there. Even the young ladies of the night from Big Nell's, which this was a Saturday, they came and found clients, from the local house of ill repute. And he was just yelling and screaming at me. And this is where I learned a very valuable lesson, which I put to great use many times in life. And I'm going to impart that. You see, there was a point to this story, right? Here's what it was. That man spent so much time berating me in public and making me look like a fool that he gave me time to think of something to say. And then he gave me the opportunity. He looked at me and glared and said, "What do you got to say for yourself?" And I reached into the bag and I said, "Do you want your green stamps, Mr. Smith?" And the whole bar erupted in laughter. Naturally, that was the end of my career as a busboy and a dishwasher. I was fired at that, in other words. But I left to my first gigantic round of applause in let's say, a makeshift nightclub. And I knew I was destined for stardom, which, of course, stardom and I never quite connected in the comedy world. But I did get, I did okay. But I couldn't see myself, in my 60s going around doing the same material and all of that. I didn't see a living worth living in that life of wandering around, making people laugh in my youthful exuberance when I was no longer either exuberant nor was I youthful. So anyway, that's the story. That was one. If you're going to berate somebody, Don't give them a chance to think. That happened to me one time in a bar that I came up with a response to a woman who was lecturing me on violence, and which she was definitely opposed to. And she gave me time to think of something to say to her. And I won't go into the sum and substance of the conversation, but after she gave me her whole rundown of her whole reasoning, I said to her, well, of course, you're looking at this like a woman, which I knew would trigger her. And she punched me right in the jaw. Now, when you can get somebody who is lecturing me on the evils of violence, to punch you right in the jaw, there you go. You won, see? So that was what I learned from Mr. Smith, was don't when you're berating somebody or abusing somebody, don't give them time to think of a way out. So there you go. And now that round of applause was so sweet. That was just so wonderful. It was marvelous. A postscript, of course, a year later, his son hired me back. Now, that was a problem between the father and son, but I was there, and I was once again hired as a busboy, and I once again ruined some people's suits. And see, the thing is, I had to clear the tables, and a lot of times in those days there would be little dishes of clarified butter to go with lobster, and I was clumsy, and there it went, the butter that would just dribble down somebody's back. So I have the feeling that somebody out there probably was one of my victims, and to say, you're the guy, after, how many years? Good grief. We're going back to 1968 or 9. Anyway, gang, we're back. And I just wanted to let you know that there was nothing mysterious or tragic or frightening about my absence. I just had to get some sleep. That was it. And I had loads of sleep the last few days. That's become my hobby, is sleeping. I get very little done because I still have to get up for medical appointments several times a week. It's excruciating, but it's the reason I'm here. I'm alive and I can't complain. And it's kind of awesome when I think of the number of people whose job entails just keeping me alive, and they're doing it. And it's to me, it's remarkable. I've got no complaints. Let me tell you, I have no complaints about that. I just want to sleep a little bit more, because you see, I have so much to do on the other days that I don't get to just sleep. I sure did yesterday. Oh man, that's why I'm a little bright-eyed today. I got an awful lot of sleep. I crave sleep. Speaking of sleep, I ran into a guy who never sleeps, he says. He said he was a vampire. And that reminded me, this is another little tale about, this is the kind of thing that's happened to me several times in my life, of saying the absolute wrong thing to the worst possible person you could say it to. Totally unintentional. And so the thing is, I have this knack for saying the worst possible thing to the worst possible person to tell it to. And I've done that several times. I mean, I once, in front of a group of people, I accidentally offended a world famous Pulitzer Prize winning poet. I'll tell you that story. That was cheerful. And this one about sleep, since we're on the topic of sleep, I was talking to somebody about sleep, and the guy said to me, well, I don't need any sleep because I'm a vampire. I'm a vampire. And I found that, and this was at a party, so I found that kind of an interesting bit, a tidbit of information. And I said to the person, well, I'll tell you something interesting about vampires, because I find this fascinating. The way that you become a vampire, the way that a vampire is born, is that the vampire will be the seventh son of a seventh son. And the man looked at me and said, really? And I said, yeah. So you know what that means, don't you? So that means that the next vampire who plagues the world will more likely than not be a Kennedy. And he looked at me and said, oh, really? And walked away. And somebody came over to me and said, I was watching you. What on earth did you say to Mr. Kennedy? Well, bingo, right? You know, I had to zero in on the one person in the Kennedy family in the room. So, you know, it's just, and the short story with the poet is I had to denigrate the Pulitzer Prize to the first African American woman who won a Pulitzer Prize, you know. I'll tell you how that happened one day. And then I was trying to make conversation with a movie producer while we were sitting there. He was going to finance one of my scripts. And I didn't really know him, so I decided to make small talk about something I saw outside the window, and that didn't go well at all. But, you know, sometimes it's just, you know, this is why I crave sleep. Sometimes it's better to just stay in bed. Well, anyway, listen, that's the long way of explaining why I wasn't here for the last 2 weeks. Nothing scary, nothing frightening, just needed sleep. And I'm a big sleepaholic. I love sleeping, and I dream, and I work in my dreams, and I get things done in my dreams. I had a problem in a screenplay I sold one time, and we were refining it. The producer and I were refining the screenplay because I was contractually obligated to deliver a rewrite, and I did. And there was a question that came up about a character, and we couldn't answer it. And he was worried, and I said, don't be worried about that. Don't worry about it. I'll have an answer. He said, well, how are you going to do that? And said, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm just going to go to sleep, and I'll dream. And eventually I'll get the answer. And at one point in a dream, while I was asleep, in a dream, a man came up to me in the dream and said, listen, that problem you're having, here's the solution. And he laid out several things that I did earlier in the screenplay that I could then bring back in a callback and revive it. And that would settle the problem completely. And it was symmetrical, and it worked beautifully, and it was great. It enhanced the value of the script. But I knew that somewhere in my mind, my subconscious would get the answer. I'm a really, 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 really big believer in dreams. And we'll talk about that sometime. If you go to mojoacademy.org and search for dreams, you'll find some books about dreams. And What Dreams Mean, I think, is the name of one of the books we've got there. Don't waste your mind in idle sleep. Put it to work. It's telling you things. Your mind is telling you things. And I just don't like sleeping 8 hours a day, but boy, do I crave sleep. You know. In any event, that's we'll discuss dreams, because it's a fundamental thing in the esoteric arts, because you can do all kinds of things in dreams. You can travel. You can meet people. You can contact people. I've done that, and it works if you know how to do that. It's a form of remote viewing. I'll be happy to discuss that with anybody anytime if you want to. I'm, as you can see, I'm a font of information, which, except, that's my age makes me a font of information. If it wasn't for my venerable age, I would just be a chatterbox or a blowhard. But I like to think that there's some use to the things I've learned and experienced and pass them along. But dreams, don't ignore your dreams. It'd be a very good idea if you're interested at all in the esoteric arts to keep a dream journal, because dreams are so ephemeral. As soon as we start moving our muscles after we wake up, the dreams will start fading. So as soon as you wake up, if you can grab a pad and paper and write your dreams down, I assure you that a couple hours later, when you have completely forgotten them, you can bring it back by reading that. Some dreams you don't want back. And then there's lucid dreaming, which I've been working on a book about lucid dreaming for, let's see, not very long, about 20 years. I just can't get a handle on how I want to do it. That's all. And I gave up and went to do other books, but I'll get back to that. I'm doing a book. I'm just wrapping that one up about, what's the word I'm looking for? About psychic self-defense, let's put it in its kindest way, which it's about how to get rid of people who are bothering you psychically. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, because we're here to read the tarot cards. So let's get at it. And happy March. That means spring is around the corner, and soon we'll stop freezing. We're getting our April showers a little early here in March, but it's going to be all right. Your whole world worldview changes when they bring you back from dead, which is what they did with me. And here I am. So we're shuffled up now, and I'm going to ring a bell 3 times so that we can get into sacred space. And that'd be just to signify it. Well, that was a dud. That's more like it. And now let's get to our first caller, who is Mindy in Rankin, Texas. Hi, Mindy. Thank you for your patience. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Mindy. How are you tonight?
I'm blessed. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well, considering all I came to the edge. I came to the edge of not even being here. So, yeah, blessing is a good word for it.
Amen.
You want to tell us about your blessing, or do you have any questions that you want answered here?
I'm just really blessed. I've got a new granddaughter.
Excellent.
Yes, and still working on that relationship with that daughter. And we are back home from our little voyage that we went off on for 1 year and 6 months. I went and tried to run my own business. Just didn't work out. Came back home, and I'm working as a waitress again, and I'm doing really good with it. And my husband's retired, and I'm just kind of wanting to see what the cards are showing for me.
Okay, sure. Now, first of all, one thing, just as a practical thing to keep in mind, is that the really good business people fail a lot. I know that sounds strange, but it's true, because they try different things and they experiment, so it's nothing to be ashamed of. That's for sure. Not at all. Sir. I mean, there's the stories. They keep trying to hold that against the current president, that he had experienced 5 bankruptcies, but a very funny thing. I knew the banker who handled what they used to call his welfare check, because he was allowed a certain amount of money each month, and this guy, I won't name the bank, but he was the one in charge of writing the welfare check to the man who is now president. But you see, you can always reorganize. It's an odd thing, though, because it's the same with doctors. And believe me, I'm up to my eyeballs in doctors, so I'm not trying to promote doctors. I don't need more doctors in my life, as far as I know. But the best doctors are the ones who get hit with malpractice suits more often than the others.
Oh, that's very true.
Yeah. So you see, if you gave it a shot, it didn't work out. At least you pulled out to mitigate the damage, so you didn't really get terribly hurt. I'm hoping, but hey, and
no, I didn't.
Now, maybe with any luck, soon there'll be no tax on your tips, right?
Right. I'm hoping.
Yeah, well, I've always thought that maybe it would have been nice to just categorize those as gifts, wouldn't you think?
That's right. That's right.
I think this just might be overdue. So that's pretty
right.
good. Anyway, let's see. Let's take a look at your cards. Okay, this is good. This is very good stuff here. Very good. The first card I've got is the Seven of Rods. Now, rods relate to work and career. So this is kind of what you were asking about. And this card shows a person who is standing on a hill and is holding a stick horizontally while people below are holding their sticks straight up, trying to hit him and whack him. Now, the significance of that is that he's got A, higher ground, and B, his stick is positioned that all he's got to do is swing it and he'll knock all the other sticks out. So this is a person who knows how to get rid of things that are obstacles. And that's you. That's an excellent way to look at it, that you can deal with obstacles. The Page of Swords tells me that you have learned a lot lately, because the swords and the court cards are about mental activity, and the page is about the appearance of new ways of thinking in this suit. The pages are the earth card. It's appeared. The other parts of the court cards are more ethereal, but this is practical. This is real. You have a new way of thinking, and you can apply it practically. So that's good.
Yes.
The Ten of Rods, another rod card. You see, that's very good. That's a warning not to overburden yourself.
Oh, and I am. I feel you there. Okay.
Look, a person who can do the Seven of Rods and sweep away obstacles can bear a larger burden than many other people. But don't overdo it and hurt yourself, is what it's saying. Let's just keep an eye on it. It's not saying you are doing that. It's just to be careful of it. The Eight of Coins is here, and that's a money card. And that's an interesting money card because it's about, in a certain sense, an apprentice, a person who is starting a new field of work and getting money for it and working so well at it that she's rewarded. So it looks like because of the Page of Swords, that there's an idea you're germinating. It's in your head, and it's going to lead to a new kind of idea for a business. And that's the very next card is the Ace of Rods. Aces are beginnings, rods are career and work. So I believe that you are coming up in the process of coming up with a new way of a new business. So and whether you know it or not right now, but I think you know it, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, and you'll do well with it, because that Eight of Coins implies success. Oh boy, here's another, the Ace of Pentacles. Wow, man, it's like I'm talking to a kid now. I'm just giddy, right? You have the Ace of Rods and the Ace of Coins. That's the beginning of new kind of work and the beginning of a money stream. This is beautiful. This is what you wanted to look at, and it's giving you exactly that field of endeavor and showing you all kinds of great stuff. Wow, this is a very positive reading. You've swept away the obstacles. You're germinating a new idea. You're going to bring it to fruition. You're going to succeed at it. You're going to be recognized for that success. You're going to be rewarded with new work and a new stream of money. How's that?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that
sounds great.
You're going to have an interesting year, that's for sure, but you seem to have earned it. That's for sure too. So, keep a positive attitude, and I think you'll be fine.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to pull one more card. Just want to see what this one card is. Okay, yeah, this is, again, it's rods. It's the Two of Rods. Okay. You may go into a partnership with somebody else, is what this is saying.
Oh, wow.
There's a potential for that. Okay.
Yes, that was just talked to me the other day about one of my bosses is talking about branching off and opening his own restaurant, and he even talked to me just 2 days ago about it.
So there you go. The cards
Yeah.
are.
Wow.
They love you, so you should.
That's awesome.
You know, I don't recommend that people get a lot of readings because you shouldn't become dependent on the cards. But you might want to do this a few times a year. You know,
Okay.
Maybe like at New Year's or something, and then in the middle of the year, because you have the cards and you seem to have an affinity. And I would suggest myself, of course, you can always find me at magic-works.com, or on the internet. You can just look for Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and if you want, I have very good rates for readings, and I've cut them in half lately because I missed so many shows last year. So that's my gift, is a half price thing.
All right.
So there you go. So keep me in mind.
Thank you very
like I
much.
said, I don't recommend for a lot of people, but you have the cards have such an affinity for you that I think it might benefit you, but not often. You know what I mean? Not a lot. Okay.
Yes. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Great talking to you. It's wonderful. I'm getting wonderful energy. Thank you.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. That's the show that says, what does it say? It's, we say that to people a lot. I said that the other day to somebody. Somebody asked if my wife and I have any children. And I said, no, it just wasn't in the cards. And then I realized, of course, that millions of people use that expression, but how many people know what that means? They're talking about these cards. They're talking about the tarot cards. It wasn't in the cards. And that shows how far back they go. People have been using these. It used to be quite normal. It was quite normal for tarot card readers to be sought after by people in the community. And we still are. But people don't like to talk about it, I mean, let me be frank with you here, I knew a guy named Frank I didn't care for, so I didn't like the guy. So let's try something else. Let's be stern. No, that was Frank Stern was another guy. Let's see. Let's just be honest. Now I don't remember what I was going to be frank about. People are afraid. I mean, people. I do readings. A lot of readings for people, and they're impressed by what happens, and they love it, and they tell me I'm going to tell all my friends about it and recommend you, and nobody does. It doesn't happen. It just that's just the way it is. But because people tend to enjoy the reading and then convince themselves it didn't really happen. It's just an odd thing. But there are other people who come to me quite a bit, so they know, they understand. But friends haven't done that. They haven't. It isn't. It's not a matter of not. I don't know if they don't want to tell people they're doing this, or if the friends think they're loony, because we have such a computer age. They'll talk to Siri, they'll talk to a machine, but they won't let a person interpret a deck of cards for them. This is odd. The tarot card is the original artificial intelligence, folks. You take my word for that. You can take that to the bank. I may have to revise my book, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and put in a chapter about that one. But I have a feeling that AI is this year's oat bran, which, a few years back, many years back, everyone was talking about oat bran, and it was in every ad. And in the 50s, there was chlorophyll, was in every product, and every ad was in chlorophyll in your socks, chlorophyll in your deodorant, chlorophyll in your toothbrush, all that, and not even just the toothpaste, but the brush. And I think the only thing left was chlorettes from that mania. So that's, we go in cycles. Anyway, let's get back to you. Monica in Omaha, Nebraska is on next. Hi, Monica, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little bit better. What can we look at? What would you like to know about?
Anything, just like a general reading.
Okay, well, let me shuffle them up a bit and see what they tell us. How's that?
That's fine.
And I'll cut the cards now. And has there been sadness in your life lately?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a card here it's a really sad card. It's the Three of Swords. It shows a heart pierced by swords with tears falling from it. So that's not a stretch to infer that something sad. There's been some sadness lately.
Yes.
The thing is that I'm seeing that I had this card earlier for somebody, which is the Seven of Rods. This is a person who can sweep away obstacles and problems and get them out of their lives and get them out of the way. And I see that for you too now, which means you're going to deal with this. And the next card is a card called Temperance, which means you're going to restore the balance that was removed from your life by this sad thing. This it was a tragic event, I take it, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I lost my brother.
Oh, that's terrible. That is just terrible. Well, when I say you're going to sweep it away, I don't mean you're going to forget it, because we don't lose that. You're going to sweep away the negative stuff. You're going to deal with that, and you're going to restore balance in your life. Now, I'm not one ever to tell people how long that's going to take, because one thing that irritates me beyond words is when people say they've been told, you grieved enough. Well, you can't quantify that. You grieve as long as you need to. And you don't need to get professional help, for instance, unless you A, want it, or B, the grief is negatively impacting your life. And then you may want to consider getting some help. But grief is a natural response to this kind of loss. And it throws our whole life out of balance. And the card here of Temperance is a card with an angel on it who's pouring water from one vessel to another. And the symbology is that you will restore that balance and you'll be okay. The next card is the World, which is a card of assured success, which is that links into the next card. It's actually jumping the gun here. The next card is Justice. Is there some legal situation surrounding this incident?
Not that incident, but around my son. Yes.
Okay, because if you're involved in something involving the law, this shows that you have a very good chance of succeeding.
Good.
Okay, I have the Hermit card, which tells me you're getting good guidance from somebody. I would hope that's the lawyer, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's no need for you to go. Yeah, there's no need for you to go into that here, but I mean, the details. You can keep that. Please keep it private if you wish. But the outcome I'm seeing, aside from success, is money.
Yeah.
Now, when I see cards like that surrounding the Justice card, I immediately think there's a lawsuit going on. So that's why I asked you about it.
Yeah, it's not a lawsuit. It's criminal.
Oh yeah, but in a way that's a it's a form of a suit, is what I mean. But there's going to be. It's going to be a good outcome for you, and the sun, the card of the sun is here, not like SUN, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. So I think that both you and your son are going to be growing from this experience, and will come out better. It may be difficult, it may be really, really hard, but there's growth here. And I think that you're the kind of person who can live up to what is required and handle it. You seem to be a problem solver in many ways, by the way.
Oh yeah.
But the Ace of Cups is here and the Ace of Coins, which tells me that aside from money, what's important here is the emotional well-being of the people involved with you and your life. The emotional side is very important to you. So this, and I have the Eight of Rods here, which tells me that there may be action in this concluding very soon. So
Okay.
Keep positive about it. I will light a white candle, to send positive energy to both of you. And how's that?
Thank you.
But
yeah, that's fine. I did want to know. I'm kind of worried about like my health. I did forget about. I wanted to ask about my health.
Okay, well, let's take a look. First of all, of course, and I say this to everybody: if you're concerned about your health, please consult a physician or a health expert. But let's shuffle them up and see, because the last thing I expected in my life was that my body would start shutting down for. It's been. I'm a little bit hesitant to do medical tarot readings for people, only because I don't want my vast experience, which has been imposed on me. It's not like I'm an expert. I'm more of a victim, if you know what I mean. I just lie there and they do what they have to do.
Right.
I see that I'm actually seeing, and this is rare. I don't see this often. I'm seeing a possibility of illness, which it's not something I see often, but I am seeing that. But I'm also seeing a very strong spiritual and physical power. So I would urge you to have your concerns checked out. Again, here's the sun, which is healing and health and growth, which almost implies that there may be something that needs healing, if you know what I mean. So check it out. But again, like I said, it could be spillover from me, because I spent several hours with doctors again today. So I'm up to my eyeballs in medical stuff. So I may not be the most reliable person on this. If you know any other readers, or if you want to call somebody else at Ask One Radio, you might want to take a look at the health thing with them.
Okay.
But I'm certainly not seeing anything negative or bad at all here. Okay.
Okay. Anything about a job?
Let's see. Yeah. Wow. I got the Ace of Rods. Aces are beginnings, and rods are about work and career. That means, yes, I think that a new job offer will be coming your way, or you'll find a new one. A new offer, a new job. And along with that is the Fool card, which is the card that of a person who has great, great, great spiritual protection. If there had been anything negative in this reading, this card would have wiped it out. So you're doing fine. You're okay.
Right.
So the Ace of Rods exactly answers your question. Something new in terms of work is on the way. Okay.
Good. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and best of luck to you with all that's going on in your life. And the people around you are lucky that you're there to help take care of them. I can see that in the cards. So
thank you.
Thank you. I had a great time talking to you. Bye-bye. And we're shuffling them up again. And let's see. Well, look at that. We're rounding near the end here. So I'll remind you that if you want to know more about who I am and what I do, and maybe ask yourself why I'm not in the loony bin after listening to the ravings tonight. We did have a freewheeling conversation at the beginning there with myself, I suppose. But I always picture you guys, that's one thing. I don't feel as if I'm sitting in a studio talking to a machine. I see you all, I image everybody I talk to. I was a professional telephone communicator for years. Now that's a riotous job, but I did that. And I learned how to visualize the people with whom I'm speaking. So I see the audience. I see the Ask One Radio audience. You're a good-looking group of people, by the way. I envy you, your youth and vitality and your good looks. So, if you want to know more about me, despite all of this, you get to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And remember two things. two things that I'd like to stress. One, get a free birth chart. Learn more about your life and your history, and where you came from planet-wise and where you're going. I'll send you a free birth chart on the house. I won't even save your email. You'll never hear from me again unless you ask. And you can find that at magic-works.org. Mojoacademy.org is the books I sell. And also, remember, when you find the rate card for my tarot readings, cut that in half, because I missed so many shows last year. I only did 15 shows last year out of 52 weeks. There you go. That's illness, baby. That'll do it. So my gift back to everybody is I'll do readings for you at half price. There you go, right? Colleen in Oshkosh, Wisconsin is next. Hi, Colleen. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Beautiful. I see the name Colleen, and I think that St. Patrick's Day is just around the corner, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's a thing here in New York that can be very weird. But oh, brother, I mean, that's that kind of stuff. It's almost like a Mardi Gras in New York. So anyway, what can I look at for you?
Oh, well, let's see. I don't know if this pertains to anything, but my mom had told me years ago when I was a toddler I had night terrors, but I don't know what it was, but I do see spirits from time to time that startle me in the middle of the night.
Well, there is, I'm going to, before I look at the cards, I'll tell you, there is a book. I mentioned briefly mojoacademy.org, where my publishing arm is. And there's a book there called How I Discovered My Mediumship. And it was by the most famous medium of the early 20th century. And it was about what you just said, exactly that. That as a child, she would have dreams that terrified her, and she didn't understand them, and she would see spirits, and she saw them well into adulthood, and she didn't know what was going on until she found out that she was a psychic medium. And then she learned how to control it and got on her journey of helping people. Now, whether or not you want to do that, either explore it or go on a journey of helping people, of course, this is all up to you. But you may want to read the experiences of somebody who went through something quite similar. So if you can check that out at mojoacademy.org, it's called How I Discovered My Mediumship. And it's about, I believe the woman's name is Mrs. Cook. And it was written by she and a prolific writer of the early 1920s called Lloyd Kenyon Jones. And How I Discovered My Mediumship is a book that has given great comfort to a lot of people who go through that and think they're nuts. Now, I'll tell you, I understand this because when I was a little child, I woke up in the middle of the night and the whole room was spinning. And I got out of bed and the whole room was wobbling back and forth and back and forth. And I tried to tell my parents about it, but I couldn't make it to their room. So I just went back to bed and I went to sleep again. And I told them the next day and they said, "Oh, you were dreaming." So I had great respect for dreams, maybe because it seemed so real. Well, of course, it turned out that it was real. I had an inner ear disorder that had to be taken care of that every once in a while gave me vertigo. But they didn't listen. They just assumed I was dreaming. But ever since then, I've been exploring dreams. So they put me on that path. But in your case, it sounds like you're going through exactly what Mrs. Cook went through, and you might want to read what she wrote. So anyway, that's called How I Discovered My Mediumship. And I will put a link to that very book at my Twitter feed which is at Rev Elliot, REVELIOT. And I will just shuffle up the cards now and see what we can find before I talk us out of time. How's that?
Well, my other question would be, last year, someone doing cards had told me I'd find my life partner this coming spring, and a little bit what the person looked like, but I don't know if that's still on track, or am I going to still be alone this year?
Well, let's see. We'll take a look. These things are very strange. They can happen at a moment's notice, and for the weirdest reasons. After I do this reading, I'm going to tell you a story about that is mind-blowing. The first card I have for you is the Ten of Cups. And the Ten of Cups is about a happy home, which involves a family and marriage and things like that. So I'm taking that as a yes, that this will happen. The next card I have is well, that's an interesting one here, the Ten of Swords. But that is, I got the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Swords. Tens are interesting because they're completions, which means that these things are going to happen. And they're about to come to fruition. The Ten of Swords looks ugly as all hell, but it's not. It's a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back, but that's good because it's symbolic. It's not literal. It means that life has done its worst, and you're going to get up and still keep going. So that means that the worst is over. The problems that you've encountered are over. The Death card is here. That tells me that you're about to enter a new phase of your life. These are all very positive cards, contrary to the horror movies. It means that one phase of your life is going to end and a new one will begin. The next card, these are major cards, by the way, now, these cards that are coming up. It's the Temperance card, which I've already had again tonight. It means that there will be a balance restored in your life, which is something that you've been looking for. And that could mean a partner in your life with you. And the Moon. Now, the Moon is really important in light of everything we talked about because it symbolizes the subconscious mind and dreaming. Now, that's saying that your dreams are trying to talk to you. So you may want to keep a dream journal, which just involves writing down your dreams as you wake up. But you're experiencing uncertainty because you're about to enter a new phase of your life. And I don't see you in that phase of life alone. Not at all. You mentioned, will I be alone again this year? I do not see you alone. Let me be very clear about that. I do not see you alone at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. Now, here's a hint. The cards are giving you a hint. The Four of Cups. Take a look at that card online if you don't have a deck of your own. A person is looking at 3 cups and thinking. And that thinking is distracting because the person does not see that a cloud out of which a hand emerges is right next to her. And that is offering another cup. And that means that there is something that usually in terms of questions about romance, which is basically what you are asking, to me, that card has always represented somebody around you now who is indeed interested in you, but hasn't made that known. So you may want to look around at people, and see who's acting in what way around you, because there's somebody there, and that person is just a bit shy, is what I'm getting from these cards. The final card I have for you is the 9. It's the 9 of Cups. The 9 of Cups is fascinating. The 9 of Cups is about great sensual joy and happiness and enjoying all the good things in life. So yes, that means you're going to be a very satisfied and fulfilled emotionally. Okay? So that's a good rundown. Unfortunately, I can't tell my story that I was going to, but because I've only got a minute and a half left, so I've got to run. But I'm really glad we got your reading in because it's a wonderful, positive reading. And the short answer to your question is, yeah, this is the year. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you, Reverend Elliot. I really appreciate you.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Bye-bye now. And that's it. I'm out of here, and I will be back next week. As long as the what do you call them? The doctors keep me running. As long as they keep me going, folks. Now I'm going to get out of here, and I am going to cook a nice dinner for my wife, and serve her, and maybe I'll get a tip, right? Like Bluebird and the Third at Hialeah, right? That's the kind of tip that I'm looking for. Anyway, so that's it. Until next week, when we get together, remember, again, check me out at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and contact me anytime. There's a contact form there. I'll be more than happy to talk to you about anything esoteric and occult. Until we get together again, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift right back to the universe. Be well, and I'll see you all next week. Bye-bye now.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, and whether you're returning or you're new to the channel, welcome and thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Nave from Intuitive Readings. I'm a psychic and medium, and I help people find peace and purpose by connecting them with